Will the House please come to order and members kindly take their seats? Good afternoon. The devotional today will be led by Karen McCadden, a poet from South Burlington.
I'm so honored to be here today. I come as a poet to read you a poem, but also as an educator. I taught English for 28 years at Montpelier High School, and now I teach English at the Center for Technology, Essex. That's 30 years of knowing all kinds of teenagers. People call teachers saints and say they don't know how we do it, but teaching at its core is about being neighborly. In every class I teach, I've got somewhere between 18 and 25 neighbors, with a career running total of around 3,000. They will and do write the books I read, take care of me in doctors' offices, fix my car, renovate and rewire my house, run for office, start businesses, make animations and inventions, raise families, and move in next door. And they will suffer and need help too. When I was asked to come today on Downtown Advocacy Day, I thought of how vital our downtowns are. Of course, of the thousands of greetings and paths crossed and recrossed, but my thoughts kept returning to schools. The downtown I spend most of my time in is a huge technical high school. Aging floors, banged up lockers, a warren of fluorescent hallways. And like the best of neighbors, we take care of each other there. We wave each other down to say hello. We challenge each other, and we lift each other up. Future tradespeople, technicians, health professionals, service members, leaders, teachers. A downtown is a deeply human space. Where there isn't one, we will create one because we need them, especially in Vermont, where being a good neighbor is who we are. I'm going to read you a poem today that I wrote years ago about the wish we all have to be seen and known and cared for. Say, sing. This is my one life. Say, you know. Say this means many things. Say snowy owl. Say 3 feet of snow. Say kestrel. My one life is here at the table next to me. Say, you know. Say, fine night for soup. Glad to have you. How was your drive? Say, there is only one ridgeline worth knowing, one swale between 3 hills. Wonder why the mountains are named Lord's Hill, Devil's Hill, and Burnt Mountain. Say, we should go there sometimes when we are lonely like this, stand in the center, gear shouldered, and wonder where to camp. Say bear claws and hawk circles, say grass chewed low. Say here, one life, settle in with us. Here is the fire. Say, here is a warm stone. Say, sing. Thank you.
Members, we have 3 Senate bills for referral this afternoon. The first is Senate Bill 37, which is an act relating to access to legally protected healthcare activity and regulation of healthcare providers. Introduced by Senator Lyons and others. Please listen to the first reading of the bill.
S37, an act relating to access to legally protected healthcare activity and regulation of healthcare providers.
Now the bill has been read a first time and is referred to the Committee on Health Care. Senate Bill 48 is an act relating to the sale of catalytic converters, introduced by Senator Chittenden and others. Please listen to the first reading of the bill.
S48, an act relating to regulating the sale of catalytic converters.
Now the bill has been read a first time and is referred to the Committee on Commerce and Economic Development. Senate Bill 94 is an act relating to the City of Barre Tax Increment Financing District, introduced by Senator Cummings. Please listen to the first reading of the bill.
S94, an act relating to the City of Barry Tax Increment Financing District.
Now the bill has been read a first time and is referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. We have two bills on the notice calendar that carry an appropriation and therefore are referred to the Committee on Appropriations pursuant to House Rule 35A. The first is House Bill 31, which is an act relating to aquatic nuisance control, and the second one is House Bill 484, which is an act relating to enhancing workforce and economic development opportunities. Another bill has been reported out of the Committee on Ways and Means today, requires a referral to under Rule 35A pending entry on the notice calendar. That's House Bill 222, an act relating to reducing overdoses. Carrying an appropriation, the bill is referred to the Committee on Appropriations. Now, members, we have a joint resolution to take up at this time. JRS 20 is a joint resolution relating to weekend adjournment. It was offered by Senator Baruth and was read and adopted by the Senate. Please listen to the reading of the resolution.
JRS 20, joint resolution relating to weekend adjournment. Resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives that when the two houses adjourn on Friday, March 24th, 2023, it be to meet again no later than Tuesday, March 28th, 2023.
Now you've heard the reading of the resolution, and the question is, shall the House adopt the resolution in concurrence? Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the resolution is adopted in concurrence. Members, we've received requests to read several House concurrent resolutions that the House and Senate adopted pursuant to the consent calendar. The first is HCR 27, which is a House concurrent resolution honoring Edwin G. Camp of Derby for his outstanding 58-year career at the Vermont insurance industry. Please listen to the reading of the resolution.
Whereas, at 92 years of age, Edwin Camp's remarkable longevity as a Vermont property and casualty licensee is a tribute to his professional dedication and optimistic outlook. And whereas a 1948 graduate of the former Newport High School, he excelled in many of his school's athletic activities. And whereas following 2 years as a University of Vermont student, Ed Camp joined the U.S. Navy, served on the USS Midway, was discharged in 1954, and soon returned to Newport. And whereas in 1965, Ed Camp made a decisive career step, qualifying for his Vermont property and casualty insurance license and entering a professional partnership with Roland Royer. And whereas aside from his insurance work, Ed was a co-founder of the Chamberlain Birch Ski Area in Newport, served on the Newport Elementary School Board, and as a volunteer for the Vermont Youth Hockey Leagues. And whereas 2023 marks the 58th anniversary of Ed Camp's professional insurance licensure, which is longer than any of his currently licensed colleagues, a distinction of which he can be extremely proud. And whereas in 2022, he and his wife Joan celebrated their 60th wedding anniversary. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives that the General Assembly honors Edwin G. Camp for his outstanding 58-year career in the Vermont insurance industry, and be it further resolved that the Secretary of State be directed to send a copy of this resolution to Ed Camp.
Next is HCR 49, which is a House concurrent resolution congratulating Westford Elementary School's robotics team for their award-winning performances at the first LEGO League State Championship. Please listen to the reading of the resolution.
Whereas the first LEGO League State Championship held on January 28, 2023 at Norwich University posed dual technological challenges to student competitors. The first to design, construct, and code autonomous robots capable of completing designated tasks, and the second, known as the Innovation Project, to identify a real-world energy-related problem and create a prototype solution in collaboration with experts and consumers. And whereas 4 teams of students representing Westford Elementary School won Innovation Project associated recognition, half of the event's prizes. And whereas the Pickle Pandas, Drew Ainsworth, Brooke Danaher, Dylan Henry, Aidan Minette, and Anna Miner, and Amelia Moreland and Grace Raymond earned the Engineering Excellence Award for designating a device that detects and deters squirrels from disturbing the electric power grid. The Interplanetary Pizza Pandas, Oliver Caddy, Keith Collins, David McElvany, Toby Jeans, Maeve Labossiere, Inez Medic, and Owen Melian won the Motivate Award for designating an on-demand and pre-planned microtransit system for Westford and all other small rural communities. The Muddy Pandas, Dominic Delisle, Harrison Frenier, Maisie Draper, Jackson Frederick, and Andrew Stockwell earned the Rising All-Star Award for developing a method to reduce energy consumption with improved translations of raw data from smart meters into actionable and motivational text messages. And Pandemonium, Izzy Caddy, Sophia Frederick, Ethan Jeans, Ava Minute, Mary Stockwell, and Ryder White garnered the Innovation Project Award for envisioning an expandable community solar project with battery backup for Westford. And Mark Draper served as a superb faculty mentor. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives that the General Assembly congratulates Westford Elementary School's robotics teams for their award-winning performances at the first LEGO League State Championship. And be it further resolved that the Secretary of State be directed to send a copy of this resolution to Westford Elementary School.
Next, we have HCR 51, which is a House concurrent resolution commemorating the 25th anniversary of the establishment of the Vermont Downtown Program and designating March 22nd, 2023 as Downtown Day at the State House. Please listen to the reading of the resolution.
Whereas in 1998, Acts and Resolves number 120, as amended in 2013, Acts and Resolves number 59. The General Assembly found that economically strong downtowns are critical to the health and well-being of Vermont's communities, and that investments made to revitalize the state's historic downtowns support statewide goals concerning energy conservation, the efficient use of transportation and other infrastructure and services, the protection of the working landscape, and the promotion of healthy lifestyles. And whereas, to effectuate these important objectives, the Act established the Vermont Downtown Development Board for the designation of downtown development districts and for the granting of financial, including tax incentives to these districts. And whereas in 2022, the state designated downtown development districts received over $27.5 million in public investment, $101.1 million in private investment, and they were the location for 149 new and expanded businesses and more than 465 new and part-time jobs, full and part-time jobs. And whereas on average, every dollar of tax credit awarded to a district leveraged $18 in new funds. And in 2022, the board awarded $2.3 million in tax credits for 12 projects, supporting almost $40 million in construction and rehabilitation projects. And whereas a supportive downtown organization is associated with each designated downtown district. And in 2022, the 24 downtown organizations contributed a combined 30,166 volunteer hours, valued at $848,871. The committed volunteers and staff of these organizations are essential in maintaining the vibrancy and economic success of the designated downtown districts. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives that the General Assembly commemorates the 25th anniversary of the establishment of the Vermont Downtown Program and designates March 22nd, 2023 as Downtown Day at the State House. And be it further resolved that the Secretary of State be directed to send a copy of this resolution to the Downtown Coalition and to the Vermont Downtown Development Board.
And now finally, HCR 52 is a House concurrent resolution designating March 22nd, 2023 as Vermont Tourism Day at the State House. Please listen to the reading of the resolution.
Whereas Vermont is a global destination for experiencing superb outdoor recreation, great dining, wonderful lodging, beautiful art, memorable musical performances, and for visiting interesting historic sites. And whereas the best destination stewardship means a tourism and hospitality leadership that embraces community values of inclusion and representation that ensure all visitors to the Green Mountain State, regardless of background, are welcomed and will enjoy their visit. And whereas the vital importance of tourism and hospitality for the sustainability of the urban and rural communities of all 14 Vermont counties cannot be overstated. And whereas annually, millions of people visit the Green Mountain State, a number that enabled tourism and hospitality to generate $387.3 million in fiscal year 2021 tax revenue, to employ over 30,000 people, representing 10% of the state's workforce, and to trigger a state economic impact exceeding $3 billion. And whereas Tourism Day is an occasion to celebrate the importance of welcoming visitors to Vermont, now therefore be it resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives that the General Assembly designates March 22nd, 2023 as Vermont Tourism Day at the State House. And be it further resolved that the Secretary of State be directed to send a copy of this resolution to the Commissioner of Tourism and Marketing.
Are there any announcements? Member from Essex. Westford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Please join me in welcoming to the State House today some pretty special kids from the Westford School who, as you just heard, have excelled in the Westford Robotics program and brought home impressive accolades from the first LEGO League State Championships. I'm so proud of their teamwork and problem-solving skills, but just as important, they have been recognized by opposing coaches and judges as facing competition with an air of kindness and fun. I'd also like to recognize their coaches and mentors who gave up a lot of their free time to encourage these kids. Please help me welcome John Doty, Chuck Medic, Jake Cady, Erin Meenet, Glenn Miner, and Jeff Laboisiere. Finally, please welcome their head coach, Mark Droppa. Mark has made this program wildly successful by sharing his expertise, but also by stepping back and letting kids grapple with how to solve complex problems. I also believe that his commitment to being a bit of a goof doesn't hurt. Also not in the chamber today is the Essex High School robotics team, so if you see them around the building, please welcome them as well. Thank you.
Will the guest of the member from Westford please rise and be recognized? Member from Derby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, members, you've heard the resolution honoring the years of service and dedication of Ed Camp. What you haven't heard is who he is. I had 25 pages, but I cut him down to 3. Anyway, Ed Camp does not know the meaning of the word retire. If you mention it to him, he'll probably go buy 4 new tires for his car. His dedication to the insurance business and his clients is sincere and is second to none, and his dedication to his employees is equal. Mostly, though, his love and dedication is to his wife, Joan, who most likely is the driving force that keeps him going. And Ed, I'm glad you're sitting where you are today so that the media will get your good side. So please welcome Ed and Joan Camp and his many friends to the People's House. He's seated in the balcony. Thank you.
Will the guest member from Derby please rise and be recognized? Member from Morristown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I have with me in the balcony a special guest, one of my interns who is a third-year student at UVM, a political science major. Her name is Sarah Friedman. She is active in the community service fraternity of Alpha Phi Omega and UVM's Hillel. And outside of school, she loves playing guitar and reading books and hiking. And it would be really important and special to me if the chamber would welcome her today.
Will the guest and the member from Morristown please rise and be recognized? Member from Stowe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my great pleasure and a distinct honor to welcome 4 guests from Stowe to the People's House today, Tourism Day. For 78 years, the Stowe Area Association has worked to support and assist local community businesses, and today it's comprised of 250 business members. They work in numerous ways with partnerships out and beyond Stowe, including Stowe Mountain Resort and multiple outdoor recreation and trail partnerships. Additionally, I would like to welcome one of our select board members, and I'll start with her. Her name is Jo Sable Courtney. She was a former candidate for this House, but has been a great advocate for tourism and had worked for the Stowe Area Association. And additionally, the executive director of Stowe Area Association, Carrie Simmons, Mary Monteith, and Jen Green are here with her today from Stowe Area Association. So I would thank the House to join me in welcoming these guests. Thank you.
Will the guest of the member from Stowe please rise and be recognized? Member from Waterbury.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, how many times can we say 25 years after the creation of a program by this body that we are continuing to achieve the outcomes we heard mentioned today in the resolution that was read about the downtown program? The downtown program is celebrating 25 years. Long-term preservation and revitalization of Vermont's downtowns, just like our forest lands, our waters, and our mountains, our historic downtowns are so important to who we are as a state. The downtown program has fostered designations in 24 Vermont communities, Hardwick being the most recent. And I really encourage other communities to think about joining that list of 24. I've personally witnessed the consideration taken by Vermont's downtown organizations in the care of our state's resources in their downtowns, having served on the board of my town's own downtown organization, Revitalizing Waterbury. Just some of the benefits of being a downtown organization for your community are access to downtown transportation funds, historic state tax credits, and some relief in the Act 250 process. So this program is incredibly vital to our downtowns and to our state as a whole. And I hope you welcome the members of Vermont's communities and the state downtown program who are seated in the gallery this afternoon. Thank you.
Will the guest and the member from Waterbury please rise and be recognized? Member from Brandon.
Just a few minutes ago, you had heard a resolution honoring Vermont's tourism industry. Tourism has a long history of contributing to Vermont's economy, and today we are celebrating this very important sector, welcoming representatives from restaurants, lodging, specialty foods, craft breweries and spirits, trails, ski resorts, golf courses, the natural sciences, historical sites, museums, performing arts venues, the creative economy, retail, clothing, mountain biking, canoeing, camping, and more. Vermont's tourism industry draws visitors to our towns, supports our local businesses, and is one of our largest employers. It generates tax revenues and creates jobs. It unlocks wide-ranging economic activity in both our rural and urban communities. The cherished Vermont brand is known internationally and is vital to our success. It is a great joy to share the state that we call home with visitors from all over the United States and internationally. Today, we have been joined by nearly 150 tourism industry leaders who are here to share their history and experiences of doing business in Vermont. Please join me in celebrating this important sector of our economy and welcoming the Tourism Day attendees to the State House.
Will the guest and the member from Brandon please rise and be recognized? Member from Stannard.
Madam Speaker, I would like the House to welcome Nate Biscotti. He's a junior at UVM. He's been working with me as an intern this session, and he has completed every assignment that I have assigned him in a timely order. So I would like the House to welcome him. Nate's from New Hampshire, and he's been doing some great work for me. Thank you.
Will the guest of the member from Stannard please rise and be recognized? Member from Westford.
Madam Speaker, thank you for indulging me a second time. I'm very excited to welcome yet another Westford resident today, Tara Pereira, who is the Executive Director of Vermont Fresh Network. She is here for Tourism Day, and her commitment to Vermont farms and food producers makes a difference in our state every day, and I'm very proud to call her a constituent and friend. Please help me welcome her. Thank you.
Will the guest and the member from Westford please rise and be recognized? Member from Waitsfield.
Madam Speaker, I would like to honor friends and neighbors from the Mad River Valley. These folks are here, are business owners, Mad River Valley Chamber Executive Director, business managers and staff, and a ski area representative. They're here today for Tourism Day to support our tourism and hospitality-based economy. So please join me in welcoming my friends from the Mad River Valley here today at the House.
Will the guest and the member from Waitsfield please rise and be recognized? Member from Middletown Springs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There is another resolution which will not be read. In fact, it's not even on the calendar until tomorrow. Appropriately enough, it's flying under the radar, a little bit under-recognized and underappreciated. What it does is recognizes the important efforts of social workers to, quote, help empower individuals, families, communities, and our society to overcome the hurdles that prevent them from achieving better well-being. It also designates March as Social Work Month in Vermont, the 60th anniversary of the first such designation. And you may wonder why I'm bringing that up today. It's because we have with us in the gallery Professor Michael Reeves and his class of social work students from Castleton University. They're here to engage with legislators and learn more about the legislative process. Please welcome them.
Will the guest and member from Middletown Springs please rise and be recognized? Are there any further announcements? Member from Bradford.
Madam Speaker, Rural Caucus will be skipped this week, so we won't meet this week. We'll meet next week.
Are there any further announcements? Member from Rutland City.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have a very dear friend of mine and my wife's in the gallery here today. Melissa Moore is here with her service dog, Ronnie. She is here for the Vermont Tourism Day as she is the manager of the Best Western Hotel in Waterbury. She is also my landlady at the home I stay at in Northfield during the session. So I'd like to ask the body to join me in welcoming them to the People's House today.
Will the guest member from Rutland City please rise and be recognized? Member from Springfield.
Thank Thank you, Madam Speaker. I told this young lady that I would not be doing this, but here I rise to recognize Jessica Martin from Springfield on the Move, the director, which is our Springfield's economic development agency for the downtown district. The reason I'm rising at this time, even though she's been recognized once, is that she is the daughter of the former Representative Clint Martin and also Cynthia Martin. So I'd like to welcome her in the House today in honor of her parents.
Will the guest, the member from Springfield, please rise and be recognized? Member from Bennington.
Madam Speaker, today with us from all the way from Bennington are two of our downtown district folks who have worked hard on behalf of Bennington. With us today is Mike McDonough, who has worn many hats in Bennington's government circles. He, I believe, is presently the president of our Planning Commission and our DRB board. And with him today is Shannon Basati, who is the Economic Development Coordinator in Bennington. Please welcome them. They're in the back of the chamber.
Will the guest, the member from Bennington, please rise and be recognized? Member from Corinth.
Madam Speaker, I just want to recognize two constituents who took the day to come up and see what happens in our beautiful State House. They are Suzanne Upton from Corinth and Sandy Edmonds from Washington. Please join me in welcoming them to the State House.
Will the guest member from Corinth please rise and be recognized? Member from Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I was 17, I met my future-to-be husband. He had a really cute little sister who was about 12 or 13 at the time, and she is now all grown up, and she is here with us today. She works as the grants management specialist at the Agency of Commerce and Community Development. She made the wonderful posters that were out in the card room today. And when we were growing up together, I always said that if we were the exact same age, we would have been best friends. And I'm happy and proud to say that we have become that, as we've kind of, 5 years of age difference no longer matters once you hit midlife. Alice Dodge, I would like to welcome my sister-in-law, Alice Dodge, who is in the gallery.
Will the family of the member from Essex please rise and be recognized? Member from Guilford.
Madam Speaker, it's Wednesday, and I wanted to remind and invite the members to join us for Farmers Night. Tonight we have Abenaki singer-songwriter Brian Blanchett and his band, the Black Bears. The ensemble will perform both contemporary and traditional Abenaki songs, featuring, and they'll also be doing some traditional social dance. So we are scheduled to be here at 7:30 tonight, so I hope you'll join us.
Are there any further announcements? Member from Williston.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to recognize Emily Haskett Fisk, who's in the gallery today, because her son Ryan is not. Ryan was a kind, gentle kid who loved basketball, his siblings, and reading with his mom, and he should be sitting in a 9th grade classroom at CVU right now. Emily's here to watch our proceedings today because some of the work we do is truly life and death.
Will the guest of the member from Williston please rise and be recognized? Are there any further announcements? Seeing none, orders of the day. Members, we'll begin with House Bill 55, which is an act relating to miscellaneous unemployment insurance amendments. Please listen to the third reading of the bill.
H 55, an act relating to miscellaneous unemployment insurance amendments.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed the bill. Next is House Bill 110, which is an act relating to extending the sunset under 30 VSCA Section 248A. Please listen to the third reading of the bill.
H 110, an act relating to extending the sunset under 30 VSA Section 248A.
Excuse me. The question is, shall the bill pass? Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed the bill. Now we'll turn to House Bill 171, which is an act relating to adult protective services. Please listen to the third reading of the bill.
H 171, an act relating to adult protective services.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed the bill. Next is House Bill 471, which is an act relating to technical and administrative changes to Vermont's tax laws. Please listen to the third reading of the bill.
H 471, an act relating to technical and administrative changes to Vermont's tax laws.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Are you ready for the question? Member from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to clarify an answer from yesterday. We received several questions from the floor. One of them had to do with state-recognized tribes and whether or not federally recognized tribes were able to take advantage of the change in the land use change tax that we have proposed in the bill. Madam Speaker, the Vermont Commission on Native American Affairs has recognized 4 tribes here in the state. So these are the state-recognized tribes: Elnu Abnaki Tribe, the Nulhegan Abnaki Tribe, Kawasuk Traditional Band of the Coas Abnaki Nation, and the Abnaki Nation of Missisquoi. There is one tribe that was federally recognized in the early 1800s that had its homeland here in Vermont. On that tribe's website, I found that the Mohican, and sometimes reported as Mohican, an O or an A, it's the same tribe. These people once lived in present-day eastern New York, western Massachusetts, and southwestern Vermont, roughly in Bennington County. The tribe was moved to Wisconsin in 1820, and through the 1830s, they joined another tribe to form what is now known as the Stockbridge-Munsee community. The Stockbridge-Munsee community has always maintained a connection to its eastern homeland, and tribal members have continuously returned since the 1850s to protect their burial sites and other culturally important areas. In 1999, this work was formalized by establishing a tribal historic preservation office, which routinely consults throughout New York and New England. The office carries out duties under the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act. That's a federal act. And they also consult on federal construction projects and may impact cultural sites. The tribe purchased 63 acres of land along the Hudson River in 2011. And in 2015, the tribe was proud to formally establish a satellite historic preservation office on the campus of the Russell Sage College in downtown Troy, New York, on former Mohegan homelands. But there's no record of official homeland belonging to them here in Vermont, although we know that they did live here and bury their dead here.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed the bill. Now we'll take up House Bill 473, which is an act relating to radiologist assistance. The bill was introduced by the Committee on Healthcare. The member from Essex Junction, Representative Houghton, will speak for the committee. Please listen to the second reading of the bill.
H 473, an act relating to radiologist assistance.
Member from Essex Junction.
Madam Speaker, colleagues can find the language for H 473 on the Healthcare Committee webpage as introduced. Your House Healthcare Committee probably sounds like a broken record. Most bills we've brought forward this year reflect the workforce shortage in our healthcare system, and this bill is no different. H 473 addresses workforce issues specific to radiology assistants. A radiology assistant, or RA, is an advanced practice radiologic technologist who works under the supervision of a radiologist. RA's responsibilities include radiologic procedures such as guided imagery, patient assessment, and patient management. A radiologist is a medical doctor who diagnoses and treats diseases and injuries, such as cancer diagnosis and treatment, using radiologic technology. They examine patients, decide on a treatment course, and prescribe medication. While both require extensive education and training, the medical doctor's training is more extensive and thus commands a higher price for exams and procedures. Today's rules governing radiology assistants require RAs to be supervised by a radiologist who is on site with the assistant. This requirement creates redundancy between the radiologist and the radiologist assistant. We heard in testimony this is particularly challenging as the recruitment for radiologists has become increasingly difficult. An immediate concern is at Porter Hospital, where the current group of radiologists are looking to retire or scale back schedules. This could mean if all the radiologists leave and a new one cannot be recruited, patients in the Porter catchment area would need to travel to another hospital for services. H 473 would modernize our rules for radiology assistants in two ways. The first will allow direct supervision of a radiology assistant through a synchronous audio and/or visual meaning we could have a radiologist assistant at, say, Porter Hospital, who can be supervised by a radiologist at Central Vermont. The second will allow radiologist assistants to communicate to patients the technical performance of a procedure in real time during or immediately after the procedure. An example is a radiologist assistant letting a patient know they were able to take the tissue sample. Letting the patient know a procedure is technically successful gives the patient the reassurance they need as they wait for a clinical report from the radiologist. Lessening the stressor associated with a healthcare procedure is always in the best interest of the patient. Combined, these changes will increase access, save time, and potentially save money while providing more efficient and safe care. I will now walk through the bill. Section 1 adds language allowing the radiologist to be available in person or remotely by telephone or through a live interactive audio and video connection. Section 2 adds language for when a radiologist is not on site. In that case, the procedure can only be performed by a radiologist assistant when a licensed physician is physically present at the location and would be responsible for providing intervention or assistance in the event of a medical emergency. Section 2 adds language allowing a radiologist assistant to communicate with patients regarding the preliminary observations on the technical performance of a procedure or exam. No clinical or diagnostic information can be shared by the radiology assistant. Section 3 is the effective date, which is July 1st, 2023. We heard from the Director and Chief Counsel, Office of Legislative Counsel, Executive Director of the Vermont Board of Medical Practice, a radiologist assistant from the University of Vermont Medical Center, and our committee vote was 8-0-2. Madam Speaker, modernizing our rules will help minimize delays with patient access to necessary and timely healthcare services, potentially reducing costs, all while continuing the commitment to save patient care. We ask for your vote.
The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and third reading is ordered. Next is House Bill 476, which is an act relating to miscellaneous changes to law enforcement officer training laws. The bill was introduced by the Committee on Government Operations and Military Affairs. The member from Cambridge, Representative Boyden, will speak for the committee. Please listen to the second reading of the bill.
H 476, an act relating to miscellaneous changes to law enforcement officer training laws.
Member from Cambridge.
Madam Speaker, H 476, an act relating to miscellaneous changes to law enforcement officer training laws, would implement recommendations from the 2022 Domestic Violence Fatality Review Commission report. Nearly half of all homicides in Vermont between 1994 and 2021, have been domestic violence related. There has been a total of 377 homicides in Vermont since 1994. Of those, 177, or 47%, were determined to be related to domestic violence. Domestic violence among police officers is as common as it is in the general population, but it is not always acknowledged. When a law enforcement officer is a perpetrator of domestic violence, it can be extremely dangerous for the victim, who may feel unable to contact the police in an emergency because of fear that their partner's status as a police officer will decrease the likelihood that their partner is held accountable. Police officers may have greater access to firearms and have learned use of force skills that can increase a victim's danger. It is important that police departments acknowledge their awareness of the problem and provide resources for their employees who engage in domestic violence at the earliest possible time, and adopt a zero-tolerance policy towards perpetrators of officer-involved domestic violence. It is also important that police departments acknowledge that officers or employees may themselves be victims of domestic violence and have written policies to support them. The bill before you, H 476, would incorporate the recommendations from the 2022 Domestic Violence Fatality Review Commission report into Title 20, Internal Security and Public Safety, Chapter 151, Vermont Criminal Justice Council. I will now walk through the sections of the bill. If you'd like to follow along, H 476 can be found on the House Government Operations and Military Affairs Committee website. Section 1 amends 20 VSA 2365 and will require law enforcement agencies and constables who exercise law enforcement authority to adopt the domestic violence involving law enforcement model policy and any future updates to the policy. Section 2 is session law and will require the Vermont Law Enforcement Advisory Board to update the domestic violence involving law enforcement model policy by January 1st, 2024, to reflect various recommendations from the Domestic Violence Fatality Review Commission. This would amend or replace language from the 2010 Domestic Violence Involving Law Enforcement Model Policy that is currently in use and outdated. Section 3 amends 20 VSA 2401, definitions for law enforcement officer certification and Vermont Criminal Justice Council structure, to include subdivisions 2H and 2I to Category B conduct. You're probably wondering, what is Category B conduct? Category B conduct means gross professional misconduct amounting to actions on duty or under authority of the state, or both, that involve willful failure to comply with a state-required policy or substantial deviation from professional conduct as defined by the law enforcement agency's policy, or if not defined by the agency's policy, then as defined by council policy. Subdivision 2H includes while on or off duty attempting to cause or causing physical harm to a family or household member, or placing a family or household member in fear of imminent serious physical harm. Subdivision 2I includes while on or off duty, a violation of domestic violence involving law enforcement model policy adopted pursuant to Section 2365 of this title. Section 4 includes Category B conduct that the Criminal Justice Council is allowed to take action on a first offense based on a valid investigation of a complaint alleging that a law enforcement officer committed a first offense Category B conduct. Section 4 amends what is allowed for action to be taken on a first offense to include while on or off duty attempting to cause or causing physical harm to a family member, to a family or household member, or placing a family or household member in fear of imminent serious physical harm, or while on or off duty, a violation of the domestic violence involving law enforcement model policy adopted pursuant to Section 2365 of this title. Section 5 will require the Vermont Criminal Justice Council to collect an annual report of aggregated data regarding domestic and sexual violence and complaints of Category A and Category B conduct resulting in the filing of charges or disciplinary action. Section 6 is the effective date, and this act shall take effect on passage. The committee heard testimony from Deputy Director of Vermont Criminal Justice Council, Law Enforcement Advisory Board, Vermont State Police, Department of Public Safety, the Attorney General, Legislative Council, Co-Director of Community Justice Division of the Attorney General's Office, Assistant General Counsel of the Department of Public Safety, Executive Director of Vermont Troopers Association, Deputy Director of Vermont Network Against Domestic and Sexual Violence, Executive Director of Vermont Criminal Justice Council, Chair of Vermont Criminal Justice Council. The bill passed out of committee on a vote of 11-01, and your Committee on Government Operations and Military Affairs respectfully requests your support.
The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and third reading is ordered. Now we'll take up House Bill 230, which is an act relating to implementing mechanisms to reduce suicide. The bill was referred to the Committee on Healthcare, which recommends that the bill be amended as printed in today's calendar. The member from Essex, Representative Black, will speak for the committee. The bill was then committed to the Committee on Judiciary, which recommends that the report of the Committee on Healthcare be amended as printed in today's calendar. The member from South Burlington, Representative Malone, will speak for the committee. Please listen to the second reading of the bill.
H 230, an act relating to implementing mechanisms to reduce suicide.
Member from Essex.
Forgot about that. Madam Speaker, in 2021, 142 Vermonters took their life. 142 Vermonters killed themselves. That is 20.3 suicides for every 100,000 people. This is the highest number and rate of suicide deaths ever to be recorded in the state of Vermont. The rate of suicide in the United States in 2021 was 14 per 100,000. We are at 20.3, and it is the 8th leading cause of death in this state. 90% of all gun deaths in the state of Vermont are suicides. In the United States, it's about 60%. 90% of all gun deaths in our state are suicides. We have a gun problem in Vermont, and it's suicide. Your Committee on Health Care is alarmed, and H230 is just one of our responses to these horrific numbers. In my report, I'm going to try hard to convey what we learned, why we did what we did, but it's a really difficult topic, and sometimes it requires that you challenge your own interpretation of what suicide is or what you think suicide is and what it isn't. You may even have your own friends and family that you've lost to suicide, and you probably know that each instance is unique as that individual was, and that every suicide has different contributing factors. I just ask that you look at the research and the evidence and the testimony that we took to draw your conclusions about H230. So there's a bit of a distinction between those who experience suicidal ideation and may even attempt suicide and those who actually die by suicide. They're not necessarily the same population. And it's an understanding of that that will actually help us address this issue. There are many, many approaches that we can take to address suicide in Vermont. But if we are actually able to move the needle on our high rate of suicide, we really have to look at all these approaches. And the approaches that we have traditionally used are mostly geared at those that are experiencing suicidal ideation. They aren't geared for those that are dying. And when it comes to who is actually dying in our state, we have to look at access to firearms, because that is how Vermonters are dying by suicide. Firearms are the most common method used in suicides in Vermont, and that is true across every age bracket. Nearly 60% of all the suicides in Vermont are a firearm. They are more common than all other methods combined. So I'm certain that there are types of things that you're aware that are considered to be predictive factors for suicide. Things such as mental health, feelings of sadness and hopelessness, previous suicide attempts, disabilities, the factors that we tend to think about at a population level. But what is most frustrating is that those predictive factors, the ones that seem the most obvious, tend to not actually predict the outcomes of suicides. So what do I mean by that? You'll hear, and I'm sure you know, and there are many people who've been struggling with their mental health right now, and it's only been exacerbated by the pandemic. But when we look at surveys, particularly in youth, Vermonters are actually reporting better mental health compared to other states, and yet we still have a higher death rate by suicide. Unfortunately, the idea that we can predict who is likely to die by suicide with these predictive factors, we really can't. What we do know from studies of survivors of those that have attempted suicide with a firearm and lived, and when they compare them with those that have used other methods, is that they tend to be more impulsive, they have less of a history of mental health issues, and they're less likely to have ever made a previous attempt. And yet, because of the inherent lethality of firearms, they are the ones that are dying. It's a natural inclination to think of the why this happens. What was somebody thinking? What was their intention? But the most predictive factor in outcome doesn't have anything to do with the why. It's the how. What method did they use? That is the most predictive factor on who lives and who dies. So once we understood that a bit better, we determined that means reduction, the how, is an important part of a comprehensive approach to suicide prevention, and that's what H230 does. It is based on the following understandings. Number one, suicides are impulsive. While there are some suicides that are deliberative and involve careful planning, most have been hastily decided and involve little or no planning. And while there are chronic and underlying risk factors such as substance abuse and depression that may also be present, most studies of suicide survivors report that over half of them thought about it for only minutes or hours beforehand. Number two, the choice of someone's method correlates with their intention to die. You would think that those who choose a highly lethal means, such as a firearm, are more intent to die. But all studies show that that's not the case. Most people who attempt suicide are ambivalent, and most note, I didn't want to die, I just wanted the pain to end. The choice of method is based on easy accessibility and the comfort of use. And firearms are easy to use, even by those that are untrained. Number three, 90% of people who attempt suicide and survive will not go on to die by suicide at a later date. They will continue to live full lives. Firearm attempts are almost always lethal. If you combined all other methods that people choose, they have a completion rate of around 4%. Other methods allow time from attempt to reach out for help. Other people find them, they reconsider, and they have the ability to abort mid-attempt. Even if someone could not gain access to a firearm and they replace with another method, they will most likely live. If they live, 9 out of 10 of them will never, ever attempt again. If you save a life today, you have most likely saved that life forever, or until they die of other causes, because we're all going to die eventually. But okay. Number 4, states with the highest rate of gun ownership have the highest rates of suicide. There's a study in which they took the highest percentage gun ownership states until they had reached a population of 40 million. And then they compared them with the lowest gun ownership states until that cohort had 40 million. The number of suicide deaths was double in the high gun ownership states, and it was all accounted for in firearm deaths. The number of suicides by other methods were almost exactly the same. 47% of households in Vermont have firearms, and that's compared to the national average of 32%. The Department of Health, the Vermont Department of Health, estimates that of Vermont households with a firearm, nearly half of them are unsecured, including 37% that have children in them. Children who live in a home with an unsecured firearm are 4.4 times more likely to die by suicide than a child who has no guns in their home. All other things being equal, 4.4 times more likely to die just by virtue of having an unsecured firearm. The Vermont Child Fatality Review Team posts their legislative report on our reports page. And I'm going to read directly from their most recent report, which was posted December 6th of last year. Madam Speaker, may I quote from their 2022 report?
You may.
In the 2 deaths reviewed by the Child Fatality Review Team, where a youth died by firearm, the ready access to the firearm was identified as a contributing factor. Additionally, neither youth had direct adult supervision when possessing the firearm immediately preceding their death. Research shows that adolescents do not have fully developed prefrontal cortexes and are therefore more impulsive and lack critical decision-making skills. In one of the firearm deaths reviewed, the youth was experiencing a social crisis. If safe storage and/or adequate adult supervision had been practiced in these instances, the firearm deaths may have been preventable by creating time to mitigate impulsivity related to emotional distress and opportunities for intervention. That was last year's report. They make the same sort of recommendation regarding safe storage every year in their report. So with these understandings, we decided to focus on 3 areas of evidence-based firearm policies that have been shown to reduce suicides. We have a child access protection policy to reduce our rate of youth suicides. We're currently the only state in New England that has no form of child access protection laws or penalties. We want to make it clear that if you have a child or prohibited person that you know could gain access to your firearms, you are responsible for securing them. We have an expansion of our current extreme risk protection order to allow families and household members to petition a court when they know that their loved one is in danger to themselves or others. It is often the family or loved ones that are the first to know that someone is in crisis. And we have a waiting period of 72 hours between the purchase and possession of a firearm. We know that most suicides are impulsive. For someone that either doesn't have a gun or for someone who doesn't have access to their own guns because perhaps they're being secured for them by a loved one, this provides a cooling off period to guard against impulsive acts of violence. I'll now walk you through the bill, which can be found on page 969 of today's House calendar. So we have the findings section 1 that documents the connection between suicide and access to firearms. And the statement of purpose in section 2 explains that the purpose of H230 is to prevent death by suicide by reducing access to lethal means. Excuse me for a moment, I'm sorry. Section 3 establishes a safe storage requirement for firearms in certain circumstances. The storage requirement applies if a person keeps or stores firearms in any premises under the person's custody or control, and the person knows or reasonably should know that a child or prohibited person is likely to gain access to the firearm. If that is the case, the person must store or keep the firearm separate from ammunition and in a locked container or equipped with a tamper-resistant mechanical lock or other safety device, properly engaged so as to render the firearm inoperable by the person other than the owner or another authorized user. Failure to store the firearm as required results in a $100 fine. If the firearm is accessed by a child or person prohibited by law from possessing a firearm who uses it in a commission of a crime or displays it in a threatening manner, the person who failed to store the firearm properly may be imprisoned not more than 1 year or fined not more than $1,000 or both. If the firearm is accessed by a child or a person prohibited by law from possessing a firearm who uses it to cause death or injury to any person, the person who failed to store the firearm properly may be imprisoned not more than 5 years or fined not more than $5,000 or both. The impact of the child's death or serious bodily injury on the person who committed the alleged violation may be considered by the state's attorney when deciding whether to file criminal charges in the case. The safe storage requirement does not apply if the firearm is carried by or under the control of the owner or another authorized user, or if the child or prohibited person accesses the firearm during an illegal entry or while acting in self-defense or defense of another person. Section 3 also requires that firearm dealers post signs where they conduct sales that warn purchasers about the risk of firearms and suicide. and inform purchasers about the firearm storage requirements of Vermont law. Section 4 through 6 involve the procedures for obtaining an extreme risk protection order, or ERPO, that the General Assembly established in Act 97 of 2018. The ERPO law permits a state's attorney or the attorney general to petition the court for an order prohibiting a person from purchasing, possessing, or receiving a dangerous weapon. The court will grant the petition and order the person to turn over their weapons to law enforcement if the court finds that the person poses an extreme risk of causing harm to themselves or another person by having a dangerous weapon. An emergency ERPO can be in effect for a maximum of 14 days, while the final ERPO can remain in effect for a maximum of 6 months, after which time the petition for renewal of the order can be filed. The ERPO statute was based on similar laws in several other states, as well as Vermont's statutory procedure for obtaining a relief from abuse order, or RFA. 13 of those other state laws and Vermont's RFA law, 13 of those other state laws permit family and household members to file an ERPO petition. However, Vermont's ERPO law only permits a petition to be filed by a state's attorney or the attorney general. Section 4 through 6 expands the procedure by permitting an ERPO petition to be filed by a family member or a household member. Section 4 provides the definition of household member who may file a petition, and this definition is identical to the definition in the RFA statute and includes persons who, at any time in the past, have lived together, shared occupancy of a dwelling, or engaged in a dating or sexual relationship. The term family member has been defined by the Vermont Supreme Court, so it is not repeated in the statute. That definition is a person related by blood, affinity, or law. If a person meets the definition of a family member or a household member, then the person may file a petition with the court for an ERPO. Section 7 requires a 72-hour waiting period for most firearm transfers. The waiting period is not required for firearm transfers that do not require a background check, such as transfers between immediate family members, law enforcement, or the military. And finally, Section 8 provides that the bill takes effect on passage. Madam Speaker, every year, the Department of Mental Health comes and gives your Committee on Health Care an overview of suicide in Vermont. And every year, they put up their slides with all their updated numbers. And they've got this one slide, and it's a big page with all these numbers on it. And they break it down by year, age, county, gender, method used. And every year, when that slide comes up, my eye goes to 2018. There were 125 total in 2018. 102 of them were male, 70 of them with a firearm. There were 25 in Chittenden County that year, and there were 13 aged 15 to 24. And now when that slide goes up, I also go to 2020. And I look at those totals. And I go to the age 0 to 14, and I see that 2 on there. And I think about that 12-year-old boy that I didn't get the opportunity to know. And I think about his brave mom. And I wonder what she sees when she sees that number. I wonder if she thinks about her beautiful, happy son who was a swimmer, who one day pulled up a YouTube video on how to shoot yourself, and 4 minutes later accessed an unsecured firearm and shot himself intentionally. And I also go to 2014. There were 114 that year. There's very few female, but I look at the number of female, and I see a brilliant woman a woman that was beloved in this state. And I think about her husband that I do know. A husband who did every single thing right. Everything we're told to do to protect someone we love. And in the end, it didn't make a difference. I wonder when he looks at that number, how he wishes he hadn't let her go to yoga unaccompanied. Because she didn't actually go to yoga. She went and bought a gun, and the next day went down in her basement and shot herself in the head. And then I go back to 2018, and I don't even see those numbers anymore. What I see is I see the scene that has played out in my head thousands of times. I see a 23-year-old young man who had his whole life ahead of him. And I can see him closing his door and locking it and laying his head down on his pillow on his left side. And I watch him pull his Vermont flannel stadium blanket up over his head. I don't know, but I like to think that maybe he did that because he didn't want his mom to have to clean brain matter off the walls. And I watch his hand and his long, thin fingers. It's the first thing I noticed about him when they laid him on my breast 23 years before. And I wonder sometimes, were his hands shaking or was he calm and steady? And I can see him taking that brand new 9mm Sig Sauer that he'd bought 3 hours before. And I can see him put it right here, right behind his right ear, and pull that trigger. He died instantly. Thank God for that. That's what I see when I look at that chart. Every single number on that chart has a story. They were loved. And the ones that are left behind will never, ever be the same again. Thousands of people looking at that chart, and I'll bet you they go immediately to where their number is. We cannot make that chart disappear. We cannot completely eliminate suicide in Vermont, but we can do better than what we've done. And we can make less numbers on that chart, less people that are left behind that look at that chart and ask themselves over and over and over again, why? And most often, they'll never, ever get an answer to the why. But they do know how. And that's what H230 does. These are very small measures that we can take to mitigate the how and save lives. We talked to an awful lot of people, and we took some pretty extensive testimony. So here's who we talked to. Can I get a drink, Big King? I'm sorry. It's a long list. We spoke to the Council for Everytown for Gun Safety, President, Vermont Federation of Sportsmen's Clubs, Senior Behavioral Scientist, Director of the National Collaborative on Gun Violence Research, RAND Corporation, a Professor of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences for Duke University School of Medicine, the Co-Director for Harvard Injury Control Research Center, the Director of Research at Harvard Injury Control Research Center, Legislative Counsel, Office of Legislative Counsel, Public Health Analyst for the Vermont Department of Health, Research and Statistics Unit Chief at the Vermont Department of Health, Suicide Prevention Program Coordinator for the Vermont Department of Health, Deputy Commissioner for the Vermont Department of Health, Deputy Commissioner for the Department of Mental Health, the Director of Suicide Prevention, the Department of Mental Health, the Associate Professor of Pediatrics at Larner College of Medicine at the University of Vermont, Pediatric Critical Care Physician, University of Vermont's Children's Hospital, a mother from St. Johnsbury, Vermont, the husband of the late Cheryl Hanna, Burlington, Vermont, a mother from Williston, Vermont, and a dad who told us about his son from Essex, Vermont. Your Committee on Healthcare vote was 7-3-0, and we ask that you please vote yes on H230.
And now reporting for the Committee on Judiciary, member from South Burlington.
Madam Speaker, your House Judiciary Committee focused on three main issues when we considered H230. First, we considered issues related to criminal offenses. We asked the following: were the elements of the offenses in the bill clearly defined and consistent with current law? Were the penalties associated with the offenses consistent with current penalties? What issues might arise with respect to the enforceability of the offenses? Second, we considered court process. This was a particular focus when we looked at the bill's proposed changes to the Vermont's red flag law, a law that currently allows the state's attorney or the attorney general to obtain an extreme risk protection order. Third, our main concern was the constitutionality of the provisions. We analyzed whether the provisions would run afoul of the Second Amendment of the U.S. Constitution or of Article 16 of the Vermont Constitution. As to the benefits of H230 in addressing suicide prevention, we defer to the Committee on Healthcare, although some of our witnesses addressed this issue. We did consider how the provisions would otherwise impact public safety, an issue within the Judiciary Committee's jurisdiction. Before reviewing the details of the Judiciary Committee's strike-all amendment to H230, I'll first provide a background for our analysis of the law's constitutionality. I will describe the current state of the law related to the Second Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. That amendment states, "A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed." In the 2008 case, District of Columbia v. Heller, the U.S. Supreme Court held for the first time that the Second Amendment protects an individual right to possess and carry firearms for the purpose of self-defense. However, the court did not indicate how the lower court should evaluate firearms regulations going forward. Post-Heller, courts generally analyzed firearms regulations under one of two standards: intermediate scrutiny, where a law must be substantially related to an important state interest, or strict scrutiny, where a law must be narrowly tailored to serve a compelling state interest. These tests required balancing the state's professed need for the regulation against the state's encroachment on the right to possess and carry firearms. These are known as means-ends tests. When the Judiciary Committee had considered firearm violence prevention measures in the past, we applied this means-ends balancing test. We balanced important or compelling state interests against any restrictions to the right to keep and bear arms, and we would seek to narrowly tailor the measures to maintain a proper balance. But the Supreme Court recently discarded that test in the Second Amendment context. Last year, in the case New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin, the Supreme Court changed the legal analysis that is required to evaluate firearms laws under the Second Amendment. The court expressly rejected any type of means-end balancing test and instead said that going forward, the test would be the following. May I quote from the Bruin decision, Madam Speaker?
You may.
And I quote, "When the Second Amendment's plain text covers an individual's conduct, the Constitution presumptively protects that conduct. The government must then justify its regulation by demonstrating that it is consistent with the nation's historic tradition of firearm regulation," end quote. Since issuance of the Bruin opinion, courts have been using and will continue to use this test to review laws implicating the Second Amendment. And so far, the courts have come to divergent conclusions on how to apply the Bruin test. The overarching question for courts and for us in applying the Bruin test is as follows. What types of regulations may be permitted under the Bruin test? It is unclear if the 6-member Bruin majority even agrees on the answer to that question. 2 justices who wrote a separate opinion in Bruin might join the 3 dissenting justices to uphold some firearms regulations that others in the majority would strike down. Justice Kavanaugh wrote a concurring opinion joined by Chief Justice Roberts, emphasizing that a key holding of the court's earlier decision in Heller was still good law. Justice Kavanaugh explained, and may I quote from the Bruin concurrence?
You may.
I quote, "Properly interpreted, the Supreme Court, properly interpreted, the Second Amendment allows a variety of gun regulations. As Justice Scalia wrote in his opinion for the court in Heller, like most rights, the right secured by the Second Amendment is not unlimited. The right was not a right to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever, in any manner whatsoever, and for whatever purpose. Nothing, in our opinion, should be taken to cast doubt on long-standing prohibitions on the possession of firearms by felons and the mentally ill, or laws forbidding the carrying of firearms in sensitive places, such as schools and government buildings, or laws imposing conditions and qualifications on the commercial sale of arms." And in a footnote, it's further noted that we identify these presumptively lawful regulatory measures only as examples. Our list does not purport to be exhaustive, close quote. At least 5 of the current justices, then, could vote to uphold a relatively broad spectrum of firearms regulations. In the Judiciary Committee, we heard from witnesses who testified that they believe the provisions in H.230 are constitutional, and from others who believe that they are unconstitutional. Ultimately, as our legislative counsel testified, courts will have the final say on whether the provisions are constitutional. At this time, it is not clear how the courts binding on Vermont will rule on such firearms regulations, and it may not be clear for a while. It is more clear that H.230 is constitutional under Article 16 of the Vermont Constitution. In the 2021 opinion, State of Vermont versus Mish, the Vermont Supreme Court set forth a standard called the Reasonable Regulation Test for evaluating challenges under Article 16. Under that test, the Vermont court will uphold a statute implicating the right to bear arms, provided it is a reasonable exercise of the state's power to protect the public safety and welfare. The provisions of H.230 would protect the public safety and welfare of Vermonters and should be deemed constitutional under Article 16. The Vermont Attorney General testified that she acknowledged that there were concerns about the constitutionality of any gun legislation in light of the Bruin decision. But the Attorney General concluded that her office believes H.230 is constitutional and urged the legislature to pass the bill. And I have no reason to disagree with the Attorney General. Indeed, we heard strong testimony that the provisions of H.230 for safe storage, improving accessibility to our red flag law, or the ERPO law, and implementing a waiting period are constitutional, both under the Second Amendment and Article 16 of the Vermont Constitution. Courts will have the final say, but we believe they should find such provisions to be constitutional. Now turning to the Judiciary Committee's strike all amendment, found on today's calendar at page 974. Based on testimony and documents from the Department of State's attorney, the strike all amendment adds five findings. Finding number 8 provides recent information about the effectiveness of our red flag law. Findings 9 through 12 address certain issues related to public safety. Findings 9 and 10 note that firearms purchased in Vermont and transferred out of state contribute to violent crime in other states. Finding 11 notes that firearms are often acquired in Vermont through straw purchases, where someone buys a gun for another person who is not legally allowed to own one, such as felons. Waiting periods are shown to deter straw purchases. Finding number 12 notes that research has shown that waiting period laws can reduce gun homicides. Turning to Section 2 of the bill, which involves secure firearm storage. The amendment grammatically changes subdivision A1 for clarity. Subsection 2 was revised to address a vagueness concern. The bill, as passed by Healthcare, stated that the following: this subsection shall not apply if the firearm is carried by or under the control of the owner or another lawfully authorized user. The term "under the control of" was deemed vague, so we replaced that language to "within such close proximity that it can be readily retrieved and used by the owner or another authorized user." Skipping to the definition section on page 977 of today's calendar, the strike all amendment adds a definition at subdivision E1 of authorized user. Back to page 976. Subdivisions 3A and B in the bill, as passed by Healthcare, were listed as exceptions to subsection A. The Judiciary Committee felt that rather than exceptions to the requirements for secured storage in subsection A, these were more properly considered as actions that should not give rise to a violation of the secure storage requirement. This is admittedly a bit of a nuanced change. Moving on to subsection B1, which the Judiciary Committee has struck. This provision would have imposed a fine on the owner of a premises for failing to properly secure firearms, whether or not the firearms were ultimately accessed and misused. This provision probably raised the most concern in testimony and in the committee because it would be difficult to enforce. And there is a concern for privacy. The concern was raised that in order to enforce the provision, someone would have to go into a home and inspect the premises to see if firearms are securely stored. Striking this provision eliminates these concerns around enforcement and privacy. Our strike all amendment provides that criminal penalties would only be applied for violation of the safe storage provision in cases when a child or prohibited person accesses an unsecured firearm and misuses it. Misuse means committing a crime with the firearm, displaying the firearm in a threatening manner, or causing death or serious bodily injury with the firearm. The other significant change to the secure storage provision in the strike all amendment relates to injury. Subdivision B2 imposes a 5-year felony if a child or prohibited person gains access to an unsecured firearm and causes death or, in the bill as passed by Healthcare, injury to any person. Under the Healthcare Committee's definition, injury would include a harmful effect on one's health, including mental, emotional, or physical health, based on the misuse of an unsecured firearm. And certainly such an injury would be possible. But this is not a recognized injury under our criminal laws, particularly for a felony level offense. That definition is too broad. For a felony level offense, the appropriate standard is serious bodily injury, which is defined in the strike all amendments through a cross-reference to 13 VSA section 1021A2. That section provides that serious bodily injury means bodily injury that creates any of the following: a substantial risk of death, a substantial loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ, a substantial impairment of health, or substantial disfigurement. In subsection C, injury is changed to serious bodily injury. And in addition, the word shall is changed to may to recognize the importance of prosecutorial discretion in such situations. A witness from the Department of State's Attorney testified that subsection C was not necessary because a state's attorney would already consider whether to charge a parent in this situation. But we felt it was important to send the message acknowledging the trauma that a parent would experience in this situation while recognizing that the decision is within the discretion of the prosecutor. Turning now to sections 4 through 6, starting on page 978. The intent of the Healthcare and Judiciary Committees is to make the process for obtaining an Extreme Risk Protection Order, or ERPO, more accessible to those who know firsthand whether someone possesses or poses an extreme risk to themselves or others. As has been explained, an ERPO is a civil order that temporarily prohibits individuals who pose a danger of injury to self, including suicide, or others from purchasing, possessing, or receiving any dangerous weapons, including firearms. Under current law, only a state's attorney or the Office of Attorney General may file an ERPO petition. They usually would seek an emergency or ex parte ERPO first. To obtain an ex parte ERPO, the court must find by a preponderance of the evidence that the respondent poses an imminent and extreme risk of causing harm to themselves or another person by purchasing, possessing, or receiving a dangerous weapon, or by having a dangerous weapon within their custody or control. A hearing for an ex parte ERPO does not have to include the person against whom the order is sought. But if the court issues an ex parte ERPO, it must provide that person notice that the order was entered and must hold a hearing open to that person within 14 days. After that later hearing, if the court finds by a higher standard, clear and convincing evidence, that the person is a danger to themselves or others, it may issue an order that lasts up to 6 months. If an ex parte or final ERPO is issued, law enforcement will assist in obtaining weapons that the respondent must relinquish. H-230, as passed by healthcare, would allow a family or household member to initiate the process for obtaining an ERPO by directly petitioning the court for the order. A state's attorney or the attorney general would also still be able to do so. The Judiciary Committee's amendment first changes the definition of household member. In the bill as passed by healthcare, the definition cross-references 15 VSA 1101. That definition, as you've heard earlier, would include anyone who has ever lived with or dated the person who presents an extreme risk of harm, which is extremely broad. The committee's amendment narrows the definition to include only those currently living together, sharing occupancy in a dwelling, dating, or engaged in a sexual relationship. Turning to section 6 of the strike all on page 979 of today's calendar. The Judiciary Committee's new subdivision 4054B1B would provide the following. If a court grants an ex parte ERPO that was initiated by a family or household member, the court would notify a state's attorney or attorney general, and one of these offices would take over the case. They would become the party in court in the action for a final ERPO. Jumping back to section 5 of the bill at page 978, instead of requesting a temporary ex parte order, the family or household member could instead directly file a petition for a final ERPO. Under new subdivision 4053B2 in our strike all amendment, the state's attorney or attorney general would be substituted as the plaintiff in the action. To obtain a final ERPO, the standard of proof to show that the person is an imminent and extreme risk of causing harm to themselves or another person is clear and convincing evidence. That standard would be difficult for a lay person to meet. And this is the primary reason for substituting the state's attorney or attorney general in a case seeking a final ERPO. In addition, once an ex parte or emergency ERPO is entered, law enforcement and a state's attorney or attorney general will already necessarily be involved in the process for obtaining relinquished firearms. The Judiciary Committee amendment also strikes what was Section 5 of H. 230 as passed by the Healthcare Committee. With the substitution of the state's attorney or attorney general in the case, it is important that a family or household member files the petition in the county where the respondent resides or the county where the events giving rise to the petition occurred. The case shouldn't be filed in the county where the family or household member resides if it is different than where the respondent resides or the events occurred. In addition, the Judiciary Committee amendment strikes what was Section 8 of H. 230 as passed by the Healthcare Committee. With the substitution of a state's attorney or attorney general in the ERPO process, and therefore as the moving party for any extension of the ERPO, the changes to Section 8 were no longer necessary. Family or household members would continue to be able to go through a state's attorney or attorney general to obtain an emergency ERPO. In many instances, this would be a better approach given the expertise of those offices. But the amendment eases the way for a family or household member to initiate the process by going directly to court. In short, the Judiciary Committee's amendments to H. 230 seek to make the process for obtaining an ERPO more accessible to family and current household members, those who are in the best position to know if someone is in a danger to themselves or others. Turning to Section 7 of H. 230, which involves a 72-hour waiting period for the purchase of a firearm in Vermont. I'm going to have to give you a little bit of legislative history in this next bit. So last year, the legislature passed S30, which among other provisions closed the so-called Charleston loophole. In Vermont, anyone purchasing a firearm needs to undergo a background check. However, gun purchases can legally go forward under federal law after 3 days if the background check has not yet been completed. That is the so-called Charleston loophole. S30 closed this loophole under the bill. The purchase could not be made until the background check was final, no matter how long that might take. And the governor vetoed S30. In response, the legislature passed S4 with a compromise related to background checks. S4 provided more time for completion of the background check from 3 days to 7 days. But if the background check was not completed in 7 days, the firearm purchase could proceed. And the governor did sign S4. So back to H. 230. The waiting period provision in the bill as passed by healthcare would have inadvertently closed the Charleston loophole. Under the bill, a firearm purchase could not go forward until the background check was completed and the purchaser was deemed not to be a prohibited person. To honor the compromise reached last year, the Judiciary Committee amendment would provide that the transfer of a firearm could proceed either 72 hours after the purchaser passes a background check or after 7 days without any result from the background check, whichever occurs first. The Judiciary Committee amendment also addresses a concern that was raised related to gun shows. These shows often occur over a weekend, making it more difficult for a transaction to occur and for a purchaser to obtain a firearm under a 72-hour waiting period. The amendment would exempt purchases at gun shows from the 72-hour waiting period. This exception, however, would be repealed effective July 1st, 2024. This repeal would give the legislature time for further consideration of whether a person who has proof of firearm ownership and can pass a background check should be subject to the 72-hour waiting period. It would allow time to consider a method for firearm purchasers to be able to show that they already own a firearm. Judiciary heard from the following witnesses: a doctor with the Pediatric Critical Care Unit at the University of Vermont Children's Hospital, co-sponsor of the bill, the president of the Vermont Federation of Sportsmen Club, litigation attorney of the Giffords Law Center to Prevent Gun Violence, the Vermont Attorney General, the government affairs manager of the Lake Champlain Regional Chamber of Commerce, the president of Gun Owners of Vermont, student at the Mount Abraham High School representing Gun Sense Vermont, Legislative Counsel, Associate Regional Director of State Governmental Affairs for Everytown for Gun Safety, Counsel for Everytown for Gun Safety, the Attorney for the Vermont Department of State's Attorneys and Sheriffs, Supervising Attorney of the Appellate Division of the Office of the Defender General, and the Chief Superior Judge of the Vermont Judiciary. The committee vote was 7-4-0. H230 provides meaningful measures to reduce the incidence of firearm violence in Vermont. There is strong support for the constitutionality of the provisions. H230 is a solution that we should implement now. It will save lives while preserving Vermonters' right to keep and bear arms. And I ask you to support the Judiciary Committee's strike all amendment.
And now, a member from Essex.
We thank the Committee on Judiciary for their time, diligence, and expertise on the legal issues of H230. And on a straw vote of 6-3-1, we ask for the body's support on this strike-all amendment.
The question is, shall the report of the Committee on Health Care be amended as recommended by the Committee on Judiciary? Are you ready for the question? Member from Colchester.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I would ask that we divide the question by removing or taking Section 3 first and the remaining sections of the bill after that.
Will the House stand at ease for a moment? Will the House come to order and members kindly take their seats? Member from Colchester.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I jumped the gun a bit. I will wait till the vote on the amendment and then I'll be back. Thank you.
All right, so the question is, shall the report of the Committee on Health Care be amended as recommended by the Committee on Judiciary? Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have amended the report of the Committee on Health Care. Now the question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Health Care as amended? Member from Colchester.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would now ask that the bill be divided by taking Section 3 first and the remaining sections after that.
The member from Colchester has requested that the question be divided so that we can consider Section 3, which is in regard to the secure firearm storage, and then we would then further consider the remainder of amendments. The question is divisible in this manner. So members, the first question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Healthcare as amended in section 3 only? Are you ready for that question? Member from Colchester.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I interrogate the reporter from Judiciary?
The member from South Burlington is interrogated.
Madam Speaker, let's see if I can get over here a little bit. We heard from your testimony that you heard from the Attorney General, Ledge Counsel, and a number of other folks. I can't mention because I can't remember all of them. But I didn't hear the Defender General mentioned. In case I missed it, could you tell me what his opinion was?
The supervising attorney of the appellate division, who we normally have testify on these matters on behalf of the Office of the Defender General, did testify.
Could you tell me what that testimony was?
The testimony was that she believed that the provisions were unconstitutional.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could you also, do you have a quote exactly how the Attorney General responded to that same question?
I believe the quote, I don't have the exact quote, just bear with me. It was clear that the Attorney General was willing to defend this, and she said, if I can find what I wrote, bear with me. She said, and this is only slightly paraphrased, that she acknowledged that there were concerns about the constitutionality of any gun legislation in light of the Bruen decision, but the Attorney General concluded that her office believes H.230 is constitutional and urged the legislature to pass the bill. I think it may be thinks H.230 is constitutional, but I think thinks believes is equivalent.
I'm sorry, did you said think?
Thinks H.230 is constitutional.
So the Attorney General said, I think it may be constitutional.
She said she thinks H.230 is constitutional and urged the legislature to pass the bill.
Okay, thank you, member, for that. I have a few more questions. Can you explain, because I am not clear on how you got where you got to. Can you explain how Section 3 of H.230 is consistent with the nation's historical tradition of firearm regulation under the Bruen decision? And I would ask that we ignore any of the old laws pertaining to storage and excessive amounts of gunpowder, which are still in the bill for some reason. But can you explain how you got there after reading that decision?
I think Madam Speaker is jumping the gun a little bit on how one would analyze the constitutionality of a provision, and I'm happy to explain that further, because I don't think you need to get to the issue of whether there is a historical analog with respect to the secure storage provision in this bill.
Well, I will speak to that later when I quote the decisions. May I ask about Ledge Counsel? They handed out a document as well as testifying in person, I'm sure. Do you have the initial comment relating to the DC versus Heller decision?
I'm not sure I understand the question, Madam Speaker.
Well, I think he handed you, according to my information, I mean, maybe you can confirm it and I can read it for you but I want to make sure it's correct.
Member from Waterbury, what's your point of order?
Madam Speaker, I'm just inquiring whether or not the interrogator knows the answers to these questions, since he's offering to read them.
Member from Waterbury, I find your point of order well taken, and caution the member not to ask questions you know the answer to, but ask questions in the way that you are trying to get the answers to. Crystal clear, right?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm going to read this, I was asking for confirmation, but not having that, I'm going to read what I know to be true. And this is coming from Ledge Counsel on a written document, I believe. In section relating to DC versus Heller, this document stated that the District of Columbia ordinance, which effectively bans handguns, keeping them inoperable firearms in the home, was unconstitutional. If I'm wrong, correct me, but I'm reading from what I believe to be true.
That is my understanding from the Heller opinion, correct?
The Heller opinion as interpreted by Ledge Counsel, correct?
If that's what was in the statement, the testimony from Legislative Counsel is on our legislative website. And I believe that is an accurate statement of my understanding as well from the Heller decision, although there's much more to it than that.
Thank you, member. That's it for a moment. Have a seat. I want to read, I put both decisions from the Supreme Court. This is the Supreme Court of the United States, the law of the land. And I put the Heller decision and the Bruin decision on your desks. So, I mean, law is fairly complicated. And if you're, and it's not a real great read, but today it's a necessary read. And I won't bog you down with the contents of the whole thing, but I would like to read a few excerpts from the bill, from the decision. So basically, this is the Heller decision, and basically in the held section, which is on the first page under number 1, it says the Second Amendment protects an individual right to possess a firearm unconnected with service in a militia and to use that arm for traditionally lawful purposes such as self-defense within the home. And it goes on to say the operative clause's text and history demonstrate that it creates an individual's right to keep and bear arms. Now, I think we all are familiar with that, but and that's pretty straightforward. And if there were any gray areas, the presenter from Judiciary talked about the two-step process. If there were any questions in Heller as to whether that was germane or any gray area, it was dispelled when the Bruin decision came out and said that they discarded the second part of that two-step process. That two-step process, I think you've heard what it was. It was a two-step framework analyzing the Second Amendment challenges that combine history and means-end scrutiny. So the means-end scrutiny part of that bill, part of that statement, was struck in the Bruin decision and leaving only the history left in the decision-making process. And that is where we are today. You can look, you can read, it's a long read. You may find something in there that you could look at it and say, well, this is a little bit unconstitutional. Maybe I can find something in there that it is constitutional, but it sure doesn't look it. I've looked it all over, and I will say this, as members of this body, I've been here for quite some time. I take that oath in January, first week of January, every year for 21 years now, and it's to uphold the Constitution. This is putting us in a tough spot. Section 3, I'm only talking about Section 3 right now. putting us in a very tough position to vote against the United States Constitution. So I would ask the body defeat this motion to, defeat the section 3 anyway, which is what I'm speaking to. And I may have questions later, but I'll leave it at that. But I would ask you in the course of testimony here today, before you get a chance to make any rash decisions, without reading a little bit of these two decisions, read the Heller one first. It's been around since 2008, never been challenged that I know of, correct me if I'm wrong, in any state in the union for 14 years. So it's not like it's not tried and true. This is the law of the land from the Supreme Court. And a few justices, as they do in any case, may vote against something. But the reality of the situation is it came out of the Supreme Court with a positive vote. So thank you for your time, Madam Speaker.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Healthcare as amended in Section 3? Member from South Burlington.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, first of all, I'm always pleased when I find an area to agree with the member from Colchester. And I certainly agree with him as far as our oath of office, that we are to make our own decision as far as constitutionality. And having looked at the cases carefully, having received lots of testimony, I believe that these provisions are constitutional. In the end, again, a court will have the final say. Since Heller decision, a number of cases have upheld secure storage laws that look much like what we have in H230. And it's because of some critical differences. And first of all, if I may quote, I have a couple of quotes from the Heller decision, if I may.
You may.
The law, which they're talking about the law that that the opinion found to be unconstitutional. The law totally bans handgun possession in the home. It also requires that any lawful firearm in the home be disassembled or bound by a trigger lock at all times, rendering it inoperable. There was no exception in that DC law for the use of a firearm for self-defense. There was no exception if the firearm was in the control of the individual who owned the firearm. That was not this case. Other cases subsequent to this that had that critical difference in facts as far as the underlying law were found constitutional under Heller. The Heller opinion also said, and may I quote again from the Heller opinion?
You may.
It said, nor correspondingly does our analysis suggest the invalidity of laws regulating the storage of firearms to prevent accidents. I would say under the Heller opinion that H230 is constitutional. But I want to talk a little bit further about the constitutionality of the secure storage provision. So under the Bruen and Heller opinions, these provisions, all the provisions should be deemed constitutional. But I'm going to restate what I stated earlier was the Bruen decision and the test that we must apply. And once again, may I quote from the Bruen decision? Madam Speaker, may I quote from the Bruen decision?
You may.
When the Second Amendment's plain text covers an individual's conduct, the Constitution presumptively protects that conduct. The government must then justify its regulation by demonstrating that it is consistent with the nation's historical tradition of firearm regulation. So under the Supreme Court test, we must ask what the conduct is that H230 is regulating and whether the Second Amendment's plain text covers that conduct. So the firearm must be securely stored when it is not being carried or in close proximity to the owner or authorized user. That's what the law provides. The plain text of the Second Amendment guarantees the right to keep and bear arms. As explained in the Heller opinion, to keep arms means to have weapons or to possess them. The secure storage provisions in H-230 do not impinge on one's right to have or possess firearms. To bear arms, as explained in Heller, and once again, I would like to quote from that opinion, Madam Speaker.
You may.
It means to wear, bear, or carry upon the person or in the clothing or in a pocket for the purpose of being armed and ready for offensive or defensive action in a case of conflict with another person. In short, it means to carry weapons in case of confrontation. The secure storage provisions in H-230 do not prohibit an owner or authorized user from carrying a firearm in the home. It also does not prohibit an owner or authorized person from having a firearm in such close proximity that it can be readily retrieved and used for self-defense. The bill also explicitly states that there is no violation of a child or prohibited person if they access and use a firearm in self-defense or defense of another person. So really, in the first instance, H-230 does not impinge on the right protected by the Second Amendment. But moving on to what the member from Colchester also had mentioned, Madam Speaker, what about historical traditions? So assuming that the conduct is covered by the text of the Second Amendment, one would look to whether the regulation is consistent with the national historic tradition of firearm regulation. Once again, Madam Speaker, may I quote from the Bruin opinion?
You may.
And I quote, "This historical inquiry that courts must conduct and will often involve reasoning by analogy, a commonplace task for any lawyer or judge. Like all analogical reasoning, determining whether a historical regulation is a proper analog for a distinctly modern firearm regulation requires a determination of whether the two regulations are relevantly similar." I continue the quote. "To be clear, analogical reasoning under the Second Amendment is neither a regulatory straitjacket nor a regulatory blank check. On the one hand, courts should not uphold every modern law that remotely resembles a historical analog, because doing so risks endorsing outliers that our ancestors would never have accepted. On the other hand, analogical reasoning requires only that the government identify a well-established and representative historical analog, not a historical twin. So even if a modern-day regulation is not a dead ringer for historical precursors, it still may be analogous enough to pass constitutional muster," end quote. So there are analogous provisions related to firearm storage. For example, as recognized in a different context in the Vermont Supreme Court case, State of Vermont versus Mish, and may I quote from that Supreme Court opinion, Vermont versus Mish?
You may.
"Vermont's 1863 gunpowder storage law, which required more than 1 pound of powder be securely stored in a metal canister, placed a burden on the ability to rapidly prepare and fire multiple rounds of ammunition," end quote. So there are other Vermont and national historical regulations that are analogous, but really a court need not undertake that analysis because, as I explained, the secure storage provision does not infringe on the right to keep and carry a firearm for self-defense.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Healthcare as amended in Section 3? Member from Putney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since the Heller decision has been brought into bear here, I'd like to add something that was left out so far. And may I quote from Justice Scalia's opinion?
You may.
"Like most rights, the Second Amendment right is not unlimited. The Second Amendment right is not unlimited, wrote Justice Scalia. It is not a right to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever in any manner whatsoever and for whatever purpose. The Second Amendment right is not unlimited, wrote Justice Scalia. With the Bruen decision, we've seen that we have the most unstable, erratic, and out-of-touch U.S. Supreme Court I've known in my lifetime. We can't be afraid to challenge that. I think this is an opportunity for us to bring some stability to our firearm law and challenge a Supreme Court that is out of touch with the American people.
Member from Castleton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was wondering if I could have permission to interrogate the member from the judiciary quickly.
The member from South Burlington is interrogated.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's been said in Section 3 that we are currently reviewing upon right now of this bill that the Supreme Court does not necessarily have a regulation on the storage of the firearms per se. I would like to point to the audience, if I may, and perhaps read a quote from the Supreme Court, Heller versus DC, with your permission, Madam Speaker. If everybody would be as kind to take the Supreme Court decision that has been kindly put on everyone's desk, and please flip to page 2, section 3, at the bottom, the last paragraph at the bottom of the page. The handgun ban and the trigger lock requirements as applied to self-defense violate the Second Amendment. The district's total ban on handgun possession in the home amounts to a prohibition on an entire class of arms that Americans overwhelmingly choose for lawful purpose of self-defense. Under any of these standards of scrutiny, the court has applied to enumerated constitutional rights, and it continues on to the next page as well. The prohibition in the place.
Member from Heartland.
I'm not hearing any interrogation happening here. Is there a question coming?
I thought he asked if he was aware of this. My apologies. I shall rephrase that. Is the member of judiciary aware
from
of this?
Castleton. So let me finish this. So it sounds, member from Heartland, it sounds like the member, can I see the members at the podium, please? Will the House please come to order and members kindly take their seats? Member from Heartland, I find your point of order not well taken. I did not hear the second part of what the member from Castleton asked, but I do want to remind and caution the member that you need to be upfront with the question if you're interrogating. With that, member from Castleton. Member from South Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So to start off, I asked Madam Speaker, has the member from the judiciary taken into consideration the section 3 of page 2 of the Heller decision as provided by everybody's handout in his decision, which I can read it again if possible after his response. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I'm fairly aware of Heller, having had the opportunity over the last 6 years, it seems, to read it a half a dozen times. So yes, I am aware of that section as well, particularly having seen it again in front of me right now.
Madam Speaker, is the member from Judiciary aware that the section 3 of page 2 explicitly states the handgun ban and trigger lock requirements as applied to self-defense violate the Second Amendment in the words of the Supreme Court?
I am aware of that, but there's always a danger in reading just one small part of a case.
Madam Speaker, if I may ask to the member judiciary, is it not important to take into consideration the small parts of the wording of a law in addition to the larger parts as well?
Absolutely. When reading a case, one should read the whole thing and understand the whole meaning, and particularly what the underlying law is that has been challenged, because that definitely has a huge impact on what the opinion is about and what it is getting to. So
I'll conclude my interrogation, Madam Speaker.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Health Care as amended in section 3 only? Member from Northfield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wasn't going to start off here, but I guess we've had a lot of back and forth on both sides saying, read the section. So I'll add in one other that I think is also relevant, if I may.
You may.
One sentence. Similarly, and the similarly is going on from the possession in public, but the requirement that any lawful firearm in the home be disassembled or bound by a trigger lock makes it impossible for citizens to use arms for the core lawful purpose of self-defense and is hence unconstitutional. Now, I want to point out that this was, as the member from South Burlington pointed out a while ago, this was back in 2008. There have been other decisions in the interim, but that was really specifically what the court in Bruin weighed in on in 2022 to say that those courts in the interim were doing a lot of misreading of Heller. And I think one of the fine parts that are being debated between the lines are the issue of whether it's accessible for self-defense, because in the DC case in Heller, there was nothing stated about access for self-defense. But in fact, I would posit that the fact that it must be available for the core lawful purpose of self-defense, regardless of whether at times, if it's in your immediate reach, you can have it there. If you have to keep it locked some of the time, then it is not always going to be available for your lawful purpose of self-defense. If you've got to run down to your gun cabinet when you hear someone breaking in. But Madam Speaker, I wanted to go a little further into some of the testimony that came in the course of the judiciary hearings. And I was going to read the comments from the Attorney General, but that's been done already in terms of we think it's constitutional, and the transcript is hope that you will pass it. Also acknowledge that there were concerns, and that made me wonder when I looked at the various pieces on the record in the Judiciary Committee, why the comments that were shared on behalf of the Attorney General's office by a member of the staff in follow-up, why the Judiciary Committee chose not to change the language of the legislative purpose in the way that they recommended. I'll get to asking direct interrogation in a minute, but I want to do the prelude first so that I don't go too far before getting to the question. The document from the Attorney General's office suggests changing the language where it currently says in the purpose, the first sentence, the purpose of this legislation is to prevent death by suicide by reducing access to lethal means of firearms. And the suggested replacement was, we recommend changing the first sentence of the purpose section to, the purpose of this legislation is to prevent death by suicide by reducing access by children and prohibited persons to operable firearms. And it sounds like that was an effort to really make it much clearer where the focus was, and therefore to make it clearer that it might sustain a challenge under Bruen and Heller. So if I may interrogate the member from South Burlington.
The member from South Burlington is interrogated.
Madam Speaker, if the Attorney General herself recognized that there were questions about constitutionality and offered this recommended changing of language, is there a reason the committee chose not to make that change?
There were a couple reasons. First of all, it was late in the process, and actually during the testimony of the Attorney General, they made clear that these were relatively minor and that they could take them up in the Senate in the other body if we didn't have a chance to deal with them. But I think more importantly is that that narrows the legislative purpose from what the bill is. The bill is not just about reducing access by children and prohibited persons. That's not what the waiting period is about. That is not what are changes to the extreme risk protection order. So I felt that narrowing of that was inappropriate, is my view on that.
I thank the member. Madam Speaker, I want to go on to a couple of the other attorneys' opinions. To be specific, since these are the legal questions, the constitutionality questions. And I'd like to read, if I may, briefly from transcript of the testimony from the Office of the Defender General.
You may.
The comment is that the conduct itself, the member from South Burlington has focused on that comment, that conduct aspect. Is conduct prohibited by the Second Amendment? Went on to say, so I want that to sit, because what that means is that you will pass a presumptively unconstitutional statute. And who has the burden to prove it is not unconstitutional? We know that is the state. And Madam Speaker, also looking to the testimony on the record, the written testimony from our legislative counsel, I would note in the same regard, in terms of the burden of proof that will be placed when constitutionality is questioned, if I may read from the Legislative Council memo.
You may.
However, post-Bruen, it will be more difficult for the government to show firearm laws are constitutional under the Second Amendment, in part because under the Bruin test, the government's asserted need for the law is no longer relevant. What's relevant is whether or not there is the historical application, whether or not it affects conduct. But according to our legislative counsel, the asserted need for the law, the justification is no longer relevant. This makes it, to continue just the quote, this makes it likely that some laws that were upheld before Bruin will be struck down, but the questions left unresolved by Bruin make it virtually impossible to predict which ones. To go on from there, I would note that we have actually our sort of two top attorney positions in the state in direct disagreement. Our Attorney General saying, basically, I think it is, go for it. The full quote included reference to, we'd never pass any laws if we worried too much about whether they're constitutional. That's is a paraphrase, but, and on the other hand, the Defender General's office saying it's very clearly not constitutional. So I'm wondering, in terms of the different legal opinions, may I interrogate the member from Orwell?
The member from Orwell is interrogated if he so chooses.
I'm not sure if everyone heard that. He declined interrogation. And I'll just say there's lots of reasons one might want to decline interrogation, but in this case, as a member who voted no in the committee, I think people can judge on their own why that might have been. Madam Speaker, I want to go back briefly to the question of the findings. The Judiciary Committee's findings, which were added, they added several of the findings and their relationship to the legislative purpose. Not all of the findings in general seem to tie or actually be in support of the purpose. And I'm particularly looking at finding number 12, which talks about a certain study that showed 17% reduction in one of the areas of protective measures, the waiting period. So I wonder if I may interrogate the member from South Burlington.
The member from South Burlington is interrogated.
Madam Speaker, I'm wondering, in terms of Vermont-specific data, did the committee look at any information in terms of suicide deaths in Vermont, specifically in those cases, how the firearms were accessed?
We did not look at that. That was really something, that inquiry, we deferred to the Committee on Health Care. We were really looking at the constitutionality, the criminal offenses, court process, et cetera. So that's not an issue that we took up.
Okay, Madam Speaker, I guess I'll also ask that of the Committee on Human Services then about taking testimony. But Madam Speaker, the Judiciary Committee did have studies about suicide in its records and took witness testimony. So I just want to check on whether any of the testimony involved this kind of specific data. So just a couple other questions along the same line. Did the committee look at any testimony about among Vermont suicide records or data, how many were by prohibited persons?
I don't recall if we saw that kind of information or not.
Did the committee look at any data in terms of minors, deaths of minors, how those weapons, how those firearms were obtained?
Again, I don't recall whether we had that information before us or not.
Okay, I thank the member. Madam Speaker, actually, the question of data matters considerably because the specific finding that Judiciary Committee added, which is number 12, actually has two parts to it. It references waiting period laws, which create a buffer, and then it talked about a delay reducing gun homicides by roughly 17%. And that really goes to the point of the difference between broad-based studies in general on the usefulness of different protective factors like safe storage or like waiting periods. The distinction between state-specific and generalized studies. And we've heard a lot of references to what different studies and data say. And I think later on, when we get on to the main part of the bill, I'll go into that in more detail. But in this particular case, that study was looking both at homicides and suicides. And when it's made its findings, I'll give you the specific reference. The effect is heterogeneous, with larger states experiencing greater reductions in violence than smaller ones. It found in its work very clear differences between what the particular state make up a number of different conditions, but one of the specific ones was the size of the state. So we may hear a lot of data about studies, but if we didn't gather any data on the exact construct of what's happening in Vermont, they don't necessarily carry a great deal of validity. Some of the studies that the Judiciary Committee has on its records or references made by testimony or letters from stakeholders, I think one of the letters was shared, I think with the whole body. It came in a general email. And I think we've often heard the comment that most people who attempt suicide do not go on and die by suicide. And as we know, there's ways that you can phrase or not phrase particular findings or particular studies and quotes. So I looked up the exact study that was being referenced, that was cited in a number of different pieces of similar testimony, including the one on the Judiciary website as part of their studies. And if I can have 1 second to find the correct study here. Just to get a sense of how attacking a problem or looking at a problem from different perspectives can lead to statements that sound very different, because the last sentence in the conclusions of the exact study that has been repeatedly cited says, suicide risk among self-harm patients, those who have attempted to self-harm, is hundreds of times higher than in the general population. So it's not quite as if there wasn't a significant increased risk among those who have already attempted to harm themselves. I think one of the reasons I've referred a couple times to the findings and the data not necessarily tying to the conclusions, if you will, as to what we should do about them. It's really, really clear, as stated in the findings, it's really clear that if a suicide is attempted with a firearm, it is incredibly more lethal than any other type of method. That's not in question. And I think the findings are really clear on several of those points. Other methods have a much higher survivability rate. Firearms are unique in their ability to create instantaneous and irreversible outcomes. That's all true. And in fact, that is why rural states where there are high levels of gun ownerships do tend overall to have a higher rate of suicide and a higher rate of deaths by firearm, because by firearm are more fatal, and those homes have more firearms. That has nothing to do with how they might be being accessed or not accessed. That's a simple fact of the reality. Whether people like the fact that a lot of people may have guns or not is not related as to whether this is a best method of actually making a difference. One of the other major studies, when I mentioned when you're looking at protective factors between different states, and you're not singling out the specific state's information, along with large or small, the protective factors have more of an impact, significantly more impact, depending on if the mental health spending is low, very low in the state, and if gun ownership is low. In those situations, those protective factors have a much bigger impact. So the reverse also means they don't have the same level of impact. So, I think I'm just trying to make the point. I think that the real issue in this current debate is the constitutionality, because I think the likelihood it'll be found unconstitutional is very high. And that's a reason that we should not in this body be passing, in particular, this section where it's...
Member from Heartland, what is your point of order?
We've all sworn to uphold the Constitution, but trying to determine what the courts might or might not do with our bill is inappropriate.
Can I see the members at the podium, please? Will the House come to order and members kindly take their seats? Will the House please come to order? Member from Heartland, I find your point of order well taken. Member from Northfield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My apologies. The point I was really trying to get to is that even if it's constitutional, I think we have to question the applicability of many of the studies that were cited in terms of safe storage to Vermont, because as best as I've been able to determine, we don't have Vermont data specific on any of those questions. But I want to go on a little bit more personally, because I want to say I don't like guns. I'm not a family where we grew up with guns in the house. I've never owned one. I don't want to own one. They're just not appealing to me. And for me, that's a really, really fortunate thing, because I probably would be dead if I owned a gun, because guns are the most lethal way to attempt suicide. And when I was in the 1990s, the late 90s in particular, when I was living through a period of suicidality, I therefore was not accessing a gun. I was doing something that actually was a whole lot more dangerous to other people as much as to myself, without ever thinking about it or realizing it, because when, as was said earlier, it's not even about dying, it's about trying to end the pain that you're experiencing. And that takes over everything else. You don't think about what the impact might be on other people. So the fact that I was repeatedly getting in my car and driving on Interstate 89 and closing my eyes, hoping that I would go off the road and kill myself in a car accident, until I would panic and open them, didn't occur to me the risk I was putting other people that I could just as easily have slammed into another car. So it raises a question probably for some people, maybe that felt it for a while, knowing as a suicide attempt survivor, as someone who has fought long and hard to raise attention to suicide rates, to see action taken, why would I not support gun restrictions? Well, I actually have supported some. It's not as if I have voted against all of them. I supported the original extreme risk protection bill, supported the removal in domestic violence cases. What I don't do is support bills that are based on false promises, where there's a disconnect between the aim and the proposed solution. Even though actually that balance between what's the burden on the right and what's the benefit that the state's trying to achieve actually doesn't even matter anymore when you're addressing legislation that comes under the newest Supreme Court ruling. But it still matters to me. It still matters in deciding, is this something worth pressing for, even if the constitutionality is in question? When the solutions aren't actually, as the studies will demonstrate, aren't actually going to help solve the problem. But more than anything for me, when we're debating and discussing gun restrictions, I go back to my fundamental, strongest values, and I think members have seen that many times over the years, that regardless of the subject, upholding our Constitution is one of my most critical values. And I do believe this section in particular, the whole bill, but very explicitly under Heller, this is not a constitutional bill. And I can't support it knowing that, even if it were something that would actually make a difference. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Healthcare as amended in Section 3? Just a reminder, members, Section 3 is the secure firearms storage section. Following this question, we will take up the remaining sections 1 through 2 and 4 through 8 together. So again, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Healthcare as amended in Section 3? Member from Williston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill and to speak specifically to this section, the secure storage provision. As we heard, 8 states in the District of Columbia already have safe storage laws, and that includes all other states in New England. Again, Vermont is the only state in New England to not have on its books a safe storage law. Our Attorney General, who would be charged with, or whose office would be charged with defending the constitutionality of this law, is confident in the constitutionality of this law and this provision. In fact, during testimony, when asked if she was fine with the bill, the Attorney General responded, quote, "more than fine, I would say enthusiastic," end quote. I used that information for myself before voting this bill out of committee, and I ask all members of this body who may not themselves be constitutional experts to consider the words and advice of the person who is responsible for the state of Vermont with defending the constitutionality of this bill.
Member from Lincoln.
Madam Speaker, I am a firearm owner who uses safe storage and locking techniques because I care about my family members, and it is my responsibility to protect them. Safe storage and locking is proven to save lives and is not actually burdensome. Losing loved ones for lack of safe firearm storage and locking is a burden that no one should have to experience. As far as the example given of having to run to the gun cabinet for self-defense, there are newer methods than the old gun cabinet that allow firearm owners to access their guns quickly, including fingerprint and quick combination locks. And a reminder, H.230 still allows unsecured firearms to be carried or within reach of the owner in the home. I know deeply the devastating impact of the loss of a loved one who dies by suicide. Many of you already know that my mother, father, grandmother, and grandfather all died by suicide, 2 of them by firearms. The emotional, health, social, and economic toll on loved ones is lifelong. While I am grateful that my committee is also working on addressing health and other risk factors for suicide, impulsivity related to crisis in a person without depression, especially when coupled with access to firearms related to unsafe storage, is a major cause of suicide death by firearms. Madam Speaker, may I quote an associate professor of pediatrics?
You may.
"The outcome of suicide death is most strongly predicated on the lethality of the method used, not on a history of depression or other mental illness." Madam Speaker, it has been made abundantly clear by strong evidence and the testimony we heard in committee that we must act, and that with safe storage and other measures in H.230, we can reduce suicide death by firearms in Vermont.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Healthcare as amended in Section 3 only? Member from Essex Junction.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of this section of H.230. I'd just like to remind all of us in the body that this bill is focused on suicide prevention, and ultimately the courts will decide the constitutionality piece. There's enough evidence to move forward, though, and in the meantime, we can save lives. And this section of H.230 really provides straightforward measures to do that, to address public safety in our state, And Vermonters deserve our support on this important section to protect as many lives as possible from suicide.
The member from Newberry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I interrogate the member of Judiciary, please?
The member from South Burlington is interrogated.
Madam Speaker, while going through this, you had mentioned on number 3 there, conduct not a violation was more of just a technical change, really. Could you just explain that to me?
I'm not exactly sure where you're pointing. Is it, was it my first statement that there was a grammatical change?
You said it's more of a, just kind of a technical change. I didn't know if it clearly did just the exact same thing with different language, or if there was just a, sorry.
Bear with me for one moment. If I'm looking at the correct provision that you're referring to, the subdivision A1, 4024A1, a person shall not, within any premises that are under a person's custody or control, store or keep a firearm if the person knows or reasonably should know. Is that the section, member? Is that section, Madam Speaker?
Yes, I was talking about number 3, just a little ways down the page. I could scroll back to the initial language, but it was the conduct not a violation.
Oh, okay, I apologize, Madam Speaker. It was really a nuanced change. It doesn't significantly change things, but the exception to the provision for storing a firearm, it doesn't have to be stored if it's on a person, if the person's carrying it or it's in their close proximity. That's kind of the one, that's the exception to that underlying requirement. Now, if it is stored, if it is, or even if it's not stored, it doesn't matter, and an individual steals the weapon, through an illegal entry, or that they use it for self-defense, that is more of saying that shouldn't be a violation. It's really almost 6 of one, half a dozen of another.
Okay, fair. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Back up to A1 there. It says a child or a prohibited person. Would any child, and under here it's 18 and under, would any child not be allowed to access the firearm, or would I be able to allow my daughter, who has completed her hunter safety course and is a hunter, and access to her firearm when she would like to hunt without me having to go get it? Right. In other words, if I lock up my firearms, would I be able to give my 13, 16, 17-year-old daughter a key or the combination to that?
I believe it is understood in the language and what we discussed in the committee as well, that essentially the situation where there's parental permission for such a use, that this wouldn't apply. Obviously, for somebody under 18 to be able to have access to their long gun for hunting purposes is something absolutely allowed, and this is not aimed at changing that.
Okay, so if I declared my child as not prohibited, I wouldn't have to lock it up?
Well, if you're providing permission for the child to use the firearm, that's one thing. But if there's a child in the household and isn't going to be using it for one of those purposes you just mentioned, such as hunting, which is certainly allowed under Title 10, then it should be secured.
Okay, I think the right was given not for hunting, though, it was for self-protection, which was mentioned later as one that would not be a violation for that child to use the firearm in self-defense. I'm just curious how the heck they're going to get to it if I'm not allowed to have it unlocked or give them the key.
How they would get to it, I'm not sure, but if it is obtained, if it's if it's not secured as well and it's used for that purpose, then there's not a violation.
So, okay, I'm just curious if it's kind of a conflicting, because if my child's able to access the firearm for self-defense, I clearly didn't lock it up and follow Section 8.1.
Correct, but if the child didn't commit a crime with it or used it in a threatening manner or caused death or serious bodily injury, there's no penalty.
Okay. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Healthcare as amended in Section 3? Member from Rutland City.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's a disconnect, I think, amongst the general public in this body. I think a lot of folks out there assume that we are all lawyers, and we all know that is not the case. My legal experience is solely based on the 5 years I've spent in the Judiciary Committee. And I have to make my decisions based on that. And I have to look to people who know more than I do on the subject matter. And when our Attorney General came in and gave her full-throated support for this bill and said, we know challenges will come, her office was ready to defend this bill, I trust my Attorney General, as did the vast majority of Vermonters in November. Our Attorney General is competent, she knows the law, she supports this bill, and she's ready to defend it. And that, for me, was the legal guidance I needed. In regards to a different aspect of this portion of the bill, there's a different disconnect that I think comes up often when we talk about firearms and personal safety. A lot of times when we look at guns in the home, guns for self-defense, we look at it through the lens of being a hero in an action movie, when really we're actors in a tragedy. Can we just acknowledge that the reality in our state is that Vermonters are much more likely to lose their life from a self-inflicted gunshot wound or from an accidental gunshot wound than they are from a violent home invasion? We have an epidemic of suicide. We have an epidemic of death by gunshot wound. That is the reality we are facing in this state. But in regards to self-defense, I don't want to downplay that. When self-defense does happen or need to happen in the home, there is nothing in this bill that takes away from that. The exemption to self-storage is very clear. If a gun is in the vicinity of the owner so that it can be readily accessed, that is an exemption to safe storage. That includes the gun on a nightstand of someone who is sleeping, a gun on the cabinet of someone who is bathing. This bill allows for people to be able to defend themselves at a second's notice. And that really plays into the constitutionality of it. We heard from a lot of people who said, if you're required to have the gun disassembled in safe storage every second that it is in your home, that seems to run afoul of court decisions. But this bill does not do that. It allows an exemption, and it allows an important exemption for people to defend themselves in the very rare but potentially desperate situation where they need to save the life of themselves or a loved one, defend their home. This bill, this section of this bill, I believe it's constitutional. I believe our Attorney General when she says she can defend challenges for this. And I believe it in no way hampers the rights of Vermonters and the ability of Vermonters to defend themselves in a moment's notice while adding protections for an issue, a challenge, a problem of suicide that we simply have not done enough to face. People need help. This will help. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Health Care as amended in Section 3 only? Member from Colchester.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I'll wrap this up quick. I know we've been here a long time on this. I would like to clarify one thing that was brought up a little earlier. We are not the only state in New England that has a safe storage or would have a safe storage law. New Hampshire doesn't. They do have penalties for events that may happen after careless storage, and there is such a thing as careless storage. So just to clarify that, we're not alone in our non-safe storage laws. Couple questions for the presenter from Judiciary, if I may.
The member from South Burlington is interrogated.
Madam Speaker, one of the members touched briefly on hunting and what it might mean. The definition from the bill is a youth is 18 and under. And I can only remember when I was younger, even in high school, I would get off the bus, run a half a mile or a mile down the road, grab my gun and go down over the bank and go hunting till it got dark. It's no secret that I'm a gun owner and probably a fanatic when it comes to hunting. One of my faults, I guess, but I'm proud of it. So I'm wondering how this would affect a young lad or a young woman who would be getting out of school, both parents at work, and want to grab their gun and go out in the woods and hunt for a couple hours.
Madam Speaker, they would be able to have the firearm for that purpose if it's with the permission of the parent, presumably, in that scenario.
So that that firearm would remain in the house, locked up, and the parents would then give their child permission to, when they get home, unlock that firearm and go hunting. Is that the way I'm understanding it?
I believe that is correct, yes.
And they wouldn't have to be in the house?
The owner would not have to be in the house. That is correct. We had that very scenario that we kicked around quite a bit in the committee.
I'm glad to hear that, but it kind of defeats the definition of safe storage, I think. But at any rate, definition of readily available, if you have one. Maybe you've given it. I'm sorry if I didn't hear it.
No, that was language that was borrowed from the Connecticut Secure Storage law, and we didn't think that needed further definition. And the state's attorney who would deal with this, would prosecute cases if it ever came up under this, did not have an issue with that. They had an issue with the vaguer term under the control of, and we proposed this, and they were fine with this.
Okay, so I'm a little fuzzy on that still, but can I throw out a scenario and tell me if I'm correct? If I have a firearm, loaded firearm within reach, say in a desk drawer or by the bedside table, and I leave, how far away from that firearm can I go until it's unsecured?
I think that's going to be a matter of a factual determination there would probably be arguments if something like this ever came up, if a firearm was several feet away, a handgun, let's say, several feet away, and a child had access to it. Is it 3 feet? Is it 10 feet? I mean, this is something that would be argued as one of the elements of the offense that in fact, the state's attorney or prosecutor would have to show that the firearm was not readily available. So I can't answer exactly the question, Madam Speaker, on that scenario. It essentially, it depends.
Okay, I think that's very important because I do keep a firearm within reach. And I do get up in the middle of the night occasionally and go get a glass of water in the kitchen, 30 feet away. So do I ask myself when I do that, do I tramp down the hall in my underwear and grab a glass of water with my firearm in my hand? Or, you know, I don't want to break the law. That's a very unclear answer. Can you make me feel better about that?
Yeah, Madam Speaker. I mean, there's also a predicate to that as well. I mean, is the child or prohibited person likely to gain access to the firearm? And I suppose if there is a prohibited person in that room, you should probably take that firearm with you.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you, Madam Speaker. One last quote, and I don't think it's been read, and this is the one that sticks with me the most. It's on the last page of the Heller syllabus. Quick. It says, similarly, the requirement that any lawful firearm in the home be disassembled, bound by a trigger lock, that makes it impossible for citizens to use arms for the core lawful purpose of self-defense is hence unconstitutional. That's the Supreme Court of the United States saying that, not Pat Brennan. So that's how I vote right there. I took an oath. I'm going to vote no on this bill. And I will say this before, this debate has been good. I don't take suicide lightly. This is a really, you know, I'm a gun owner. Suicide is a terrible thing. I'm not insensitive to that. I've had a circle of friends, a couple who have committed suicide with a firearm. But I did take an oath in this chamber, as we all did. So I would ask you not to support Section 3 of this bill, just on the unconstitutionality of it. And I do ask when the vote be taken, it be taken by roll.
The member from Colchester requests that when the vote is taken, it be taken by roll. Is the member sustained? The member is sustained. When the vote is taken, it will be taken by roll. Members, member from South Burlington.
Madam Speaker, I just have to reiterate one last point, and one of the reasons why this should be deemed constitutional, particularly under the Heller opinion. Again, the Heller opinion did not involve a situation where a firearm could be carried or within reach. It banned firearms, period. Banned handguns, I should say, period, in a home. They had to be stored. It didn't matter if it was on the person or not. In fact, it's not allowed to be on the person. And I will just one last, and I will reiterate a quote from the Bruin opinion that it does not, the court did not suggest the invalidity of laws regulating the storage of firearms to prevent accidents. This certainly is a storage law that is aimed to prevent accidents and wrongful intentional misuse. Thank you. And I ask the members to vote yes on this particular section.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Healthcare as amended in Section 3? Member from Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I listen to the debate, I really appreciate the framing about the multiple responsibilities we hold when we take the oath to serve in the General Assembly. And I think the one aspect that I think has not been raised yet, I just wanted to offer for the sake of the record of the debate on Section 3, and it comes from being a mother of small children. And for folks who have not raised small children in a pandemic, there is one very clear thing that is a rite of passage. Well, two things, actually. The first being your children go over to other kids' houses. and my children have not really experienced this very often. And what they tell you now when you are a parent of small children is to make sure you have this awkward conversation where you think about the awkward conversation of what is the household that your children are going over to? How well do you know those parents or adults in that household? Are there guns there? Do you have to ask that question? Where would the guns be? Do the kids have full range of running through the house with all the curiosity that a 7-year-old, which is my oldest, have as they run throughout the house? It unnerves me unbelievably, and I've been grateful for the pandemic because we've prolonged that conversation with families. But as my child ages and makes new friends, it is an uncertainty. And I hold one of my core responsibilities, both as a mother and state legislator, is the safety of children. And I want to emphasize that is a piece of this debate, this angle around the easy accessibility of guns and the safety realities that parents have to really measure with very young children and even children into their teenage years. The other second reality that I hold as a parent in 2023, sadly, is the increasing number of school shootings that are happening throughout this country. And Vermont is not immune. We have faced scary moments before, and we know that roughly 3/4 of school shootings in this country the school shooters acquire firearms from either their home of their parent or a close relative. And when we don't actually accurately think about the safe storage and all the repercussions of this in a more holistic approach, we really miss the whole point of what Section 3 provides us. So I hope this body will support this aspect of the bill, Section 3. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Healthcare as amended in Section 3? Are you ready for the question? If so, the clerk shall commence to call the roll.
Andrews of Westford.
2 minutes. Will the House come to order and members kindly take their seats? Members, some of us have received a security alert about an event at Montpelier High School. We just want everyone to know that this is a car accident. There's not an accident involving the school. So just wanted to make sure you were aware of that. All right, so members, I would like to remind all of you that we are in the middle of a roll call vote. Members and guests are prohibited from using computers, phones, or any type of electronic device. Please refrain from the passing of notes and conversation during a roll call. When the clerk calls your name, please answer in a loud and clear voice so the clerk can accurately record your vote. The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Health Care as amended in Section 3 only? Will the clerk please continue to call the roll?
Andriano of Orwell. Anthony of Berry City. Yes. Arison of Weathersfield. Yes. Arsenault of Williston. Yes. Austin of Colchester. Yes. Bartholomew of Heartland. Yes. Bartley of Fairfax. No. Beck of St. Johnsbury. No. Berbecco of Winooski. Yes. Byrong of Virgins. Yes. Black of Essex. Bloomley of Burlington. Yes. Bongarts of Manchester. Yes. Boslin of Westminster. Yes. Boyden of Cambridge. No. Brady of Williston. Yes. Brannigan of Georgia. No. Brennan of Colchester. No. Brown of Richmond. Yes. Brownell of Pownell. No. Brumstead of Shelburne. Burdett of West Rutland. No. Burke of Brattleboro. Yes. Burrows of West Windsor. Yes. Buss of Woodstock. Yes. Campbell of St. Johnsbury. Yes. Canfield of Fairhaven. No. Carpenter of Hyde Park. Yes. Carroll Bennington. Yes. Casey of Montpelier. Yes. Chapin of East Montpelier. Chase of Chester. Yes. Chase of Colchester. Chestnut Tangerman of Middletown Springs. Yes. Christie of Hartford. Yes. Chena of Burlington. Yes. Clifford of Rutland City. Coffey of Guilford. Yes. Cole of Hartford. Yes. Conlon of Cornwall. Yes. Corcoran of Bennington. Yes. Cordis of Lincoln. DeMar of Enosburg. No. Demeraux of Corinth. Yes. Dickinson of St. Albans Town. No. Dodge of Essex. Yes. Dolan of Essex Junction. Yes. Dolan of Waitsfield. Yes. Donahue of Northfield. No. Durfee of Shaftesbury. Yes. Elder of Starksboro. Yes. Emmons of Springfield. Yes. Farley's Rubio Barnett. Yes. Galfetti of Berrytown. No. Garifano of Essex. Yes. Goldman of Rockingham. Yes. Ghostland of Northfield. No. Graham of Williamstown. No. Granning of Jericho. Yes. Gregoire of Fairfield. No. Hengo of Berkshire. No. Harrison of Chittenden. Hedrick of Burlington. Yes. Higley of Lowell. No. Holcomb of Norwich. Yes. Hooper of Randolph. No. Hooper of Burlington. Hooper of Burlington. Houghton of Essex Junction. Yes. Howard of Rutland City. Yes. Hyman of South Burlington. James of Manchester. Yes. Jerome of Brandon. Yes. Kornheiser of Brattleboro. Yes. Krasnow, South Burlington. Yes. Labor of Morgan. No. LaBounty of Linden. Yes. Lally of Shelburne. Lalonde of South Burlington. Lamont of Morristown. Lanford of Virgins. LaRush of Franklin. Levitt of Grand Isle. Lipsky of Stowe. Logan of Burlington. Long of Newfane. McGuire of Rutland City. Marcotte of Coventry. Maslin of Thetford. Matos of Milton. McCann of Montpelier. McCarthy of St. Albans City. McCoy of Pulteney. McFawn of Berrytown. McGill of Bridport. Mahaly of Calais. Minier of South Burlington. Morgan of Milton. Morris of Springfield. Morrissey of Bennington. Mrowicki of Putney. Mulvaney Stanek of Burlington. Nicole of Ludlow. Knott of Rutland City. Noyes of Wolcott. Nugent of South Burlington. O'Brien of Tunbridge. Odie of Burlington. Oliver of Sheldon. Page of Newport City. Payella of Londonderry. Parsons of Newberry. Pat of Worcester. Pearl of Danville. Peterson of Clarendon. Pouch of Heinsberg. Priestley of Bradford. Rachelson of Burlington. Rice of Dorset. Roberts of Halifax. Samus of Castleton. Sackowitz of Randolph. Shy of Middlebury. Shaw of Pittsford. Sheldon of Middlebury. Sibilia of Dover. Sims of Craftsbury. Small of Winooski. Smith of Derby. Squirrel of Underhill. Stebbins of Burlington. Stevens of Waterbury. Stone of Burlington. Supernaut of Barnard. Taylor of Milton. Taylor of Colchester. Templeman of Brownington. I'm sorry, Templeman of Brownington. Thank you. Toledo of Brattleboro. Toof of St. Albans Town. Torrey of Moortown. Triano of Stannard. Walker of Swanton. Waters Evans of Charlotte. White of Bethel. Whitman of Bennington. Williams of Berry City. Williams of Granby. Wilson of Linden. Wood of Waterbury. Chase of Colchester. Logan of Burlington. McCann of Montpelier. Nugent of South Burlington. Rachelson of Burlington.
Members, please listen to the results of your vote. Those voting yes, 98. Those voting no, 46. The ayes have it, and you have amended the bill. Now the question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Healthcare as amended in the remainder of the amendment? Are you ready for the question? Member from Northfield.
Madam Speaker, I want to address very briefly the extreme risk protection order section. Wanted to get up quickly because I suspect there won't be a lot of detailed discussion on it. It's short wording. So before we get on to the rest of the bill, I think with any of these sections have their own separate issues. And I supported the Extreme Risk Protection Order bill when we passed it just a few years ago. And part of the reason for supporting it was very narrow, it was very appropriately drawn. And the Judiciary Committee at the time looked very closely at who would be appropriate for filing petitions. And a reference was made earlier to the fact that we didn't need to define the word family. We just define household, although family and household are both included. And the reference was made because it's already in our court rulings. It means blood, affinity, or by law, which folks by blood relationships is an extremely broad term, obviously. I looked up the other states that have this, and they all have definitions of who's included when they use the term family. And it is not nearly as broad in most cases as anyone that you're related to by blood or affinity. It doesn't say how many stages of affinity, and they can go pretty far out. And then we have household members, which includes even minors who are dating. Says dating in a romantic sense, not a sexual sense, as was mentioned earlier. It's a romantic dating relationship. Madam Speaker, this is really expanding the ability to file a petition without any filtering process between the caring and loving emotions, but emotions that would drive a family member to seek this, and not having an independent figure before it goes before a judge without the respondent being able to be present for an ex parte hearing for simply a relative who may not even be a close relative, or a close relative who's a very caring person, but who's too close to the situation to make a balanced judgment. And I want to tell a little story, and maybe with some apologies, it might seem minor, but I think it really illustrates what I'm trying to say. And this is something that happened to me when I was on my road to recovery. I had talked to my doctor what was the most important thing I should be doing to prevent relapse. And my doctor said, protect your sleep. Protect your sleep. So, a few months go by and it's Christmas, and my siblings are all up for the holidays, staying at my parents' house right next door to mine. And gets to be 9:30, 10 o'clock. My parents want to go to bed. I want the house quiet. My siblings want to spend some more time together, watch a movie. And I said, well, let's go over to my house right next door, and we can watch it there. Everybody thought that was a great idea, and I went over, and then all of a sudden, kind of one after another, 3 different siblings called or texted me, said, well, I'm actually just going to go to bed. I think I'm backing out of it. So it didn't happen, and a couple of days later, I found out from one of my brothers, well, Mom said we really shouldn't go over because it would keep you up late, and you need to be protecting your sleep. You told them that that's what your doctor said. I really think that was overreaching on the parent, part of a caring parent. And I don't blame them for being caring, but it was certainly not very respectful of my right as an adult to make my own choices about my well-being. And I think it's an example of why people who are too close are going to overreach and need some kind of a filtering agent. In this case, the state's attorney. I don't think we've heard a single story about anyone encountering a difficulty in getting the help of the state's attorney's office to file a petition. It's going to be a family member, most likely. But there'll be an intermediary before it goes in front of a judge who's only going to be hearing one side. And as a result, somebody's rights are going to be taken away, and they don't get the chance to even stand there and explain why things are being misinterpreted or why it's not necessary. So I just think that it's an ex parte order is really a very extreme thing to be doing. It's an extreme interference with somebody's rights. We've heard both, we have on the record the words of the Vermont Department of Health, which says there's not nearly enough data yet to know how effective this is or isn't. We have the RAND study, which has been what's cited in a lot of the documents, insufficient study for any conclusions. We've only had this for a few years, and we ought to be leaving it alone for now, test the new program, see if it's working a little bit longer than what would really be a hugely invasive expansion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member from Lowell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to follow up a little bit on the previous speaker in referencing the new wording of a family member or household member, could I inquire of the presenter from Judiciary?
The member from South Burlington is interrogated.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I didn't hear in testimony or anything on the floor yet in regards to, is there an age limit for that family member or household member that can file a motion?
I don't believe so, but if you give me just 1 minute, I will consult with the Legislative Council.
The House will stand at ease for a moment. Will the House please come to order? Members kindly take their seats. Member from South Burlington.
I'm informed by Legislative Council that minors can't file court petitions, so there is an age limit. It has to be 18 or over.
Thank you, Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Health Care, as amended in the remainder of the amendment? Are you ready for the question? Member from Granby.
Yes, thank you. First, I'll ask for clarification. Is it the appropriate time to discuss Section 7 of the bill?
It is, Member.
Okay, Section 7 is firearms transfer and a waiting period. When we want to stop someone from making an immediate purchase so that they can do harm to someone in a domestic dispute, that's what we think when we want to stop them from doing that quickly. But there's another side to that story, and that story is shared with me several times, and I would like to read one of those times.
You may.
As a survivor of domestic violence, I did not always qualify to obtain a restraining order. Each attempt to obtain one was met with different reasons to excuse my abuse. For example, too much of it occurred in another jurisdiction or out of state, and I should file in that state. Or, too much of the abuse occurred in the past and wasn't recent enough. Or, too little of the abuse was documented and not enough probable cause to pursue my abuser. I learned later through a women's shelter that there is no jurisdiction or statute of limitation on domestic violence. I have filed for a restraining order against the same individual 7 times. I was temporarily approved 3 times During one of those temporary orders, my ex continued to stalk me. I reported the stalking to my local state police barracks, as my town does not have its own law enforcement. I was told the officer who handles domestic violence and forwarding violations to the district attorney was at a 2-week training in Randolph and would not be in the office, and there was no one else with a chain of command to get the violation to the DA in order to get an arrest warrant. It took 3 weeks. I could not get help or protection to save my life from a very flawed system. I could, however, leave a gun shop within hours with some protection in hand, making someone like me wait an additional 72 hours when I am being actively stalked and cannot get help from law enforcement or the judicial system is egregious. This proposed law unfairly restricts my constitutional and human right to protect myself from a predator who puts me in further danger of abuse and at worst would kill me. Please vote no on H230. That's the other side of the story, and it's a very important one. I hope you'll take that into consideration.
Member from Milton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I interrogate the presenter from Judiciary, please?
The member from South Burlington is interrogated.
Madam Speaker, speaking in the same vein as the last individual, FBI background check statistics tell us that there were 440,881 firearm background checks completed in Vermont in the past 10 years. Would you agree that this is likely? Would you agree that it is likely that some number of those people, however small that number may be, may have wanted to purchase a firearm for the purpose of self-defense, with some of those feeling they had an immediate need against a known threat?
I don't have any reason one way or another to know the answer to that question.
All right, thank you, member. What logic or data did the committee employ or consider as to why a law-abiding citizen should lose their constitutional right to self-defense for any amount of time, assuming that they can pass a background check?
I'm sorry, I apologize, Madam Speaker.
I'll repeat it. What logic or data did the committee employ or consider as to why a law-abiding citizen should lose their constitutional right to self-defense for any amount of time, assuming that they can pass a background check?
We looked at the constitutionality of all the various provisions, including this provision, and believe that it is constitutional, that this has to do, if you bear with me, that, first and foremost, the Heller and the Bruen decisions, they made clear that when we're talking about regulating the sale and transfer of firearms, that the limiting language from Heller and Bruen, it does not disturb that. Essentially, the Supreme Court went out of its way to identify laws imposing conditions and qualifications on the commercial sale of arms as long-lasting and presumptively lawful. So a waiting period would impose a condition on the sale of arms, not on the right to possess and carry weapons in case of confrontation. So we looked at that for one. There are also historical analogs where in colonial times that firearm sales were completely banned in certain situations. So I think that we had enough information to believe that this provision was constitutional.
All right, thank you. Madam Speaker, a couple more. Under the Bruen court decision, any law impacting the Second Amendment is presumptively unconstitutional unless there is historical tradition and analogous laws. Can the presenter explain what laws exist at the time of our founding or immediately after that required anything resembling a waiting period?
So analogies don't have to be exact. They don't have to be a twin. They have to be relevantly similar. And some of the historical analogies would include laws from Maine and Massachusetts that regulated the sale and transfer of firearms by setting certain safety standards that any firearms sold needed to meet. Those laws are on the Judiciary Committee's webpage. As I mentioned before, there were a number of laws that in colonial time that regulated, that included some restrictions on the commercial sale of firearms. And this is from a case that was, looking for the case, Teixeira versus the County of Alameda is a Ninth Circuit case from 2017. And they looked at some of these different laws that existed that put prohibitions on the sale of firearms.
Madam Speaker, last question, member. Am I right to understand that the Defender General's office unequivocally stated that the entire bill was unconstitutional?
That was the Defender General Office's representative's position, yes.
All right, thank you, member.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Health Care, as amended in the remainder of the amendment? Member from Swanton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I interrogate the original presenter of the bill? May I interrogate the original presenter of the bill?
The member from Essex is interrogated.
Thank you. I am looking for clarification on two of the factors in Section 1, particularly number 3. You cite the suicide rate, alarmingly high of 20.3 per 100,000 in Vermont. Did you take any testimony on what that is as a trend?
We did. We took testimony from the Vermont Department of Health and the Department of Mental Health. And hold on one moment. In 2007, Vermont's rate of suicide was 13.7, and in 2021, it was 20.3. So in 15 years, it has gone up by, I can't do the math, but about 7.
By nearly
7 per 100,000 people.
By nearly 50%, I would guess, 47, 48%, somewhere in that ballpark on that number, but we'll check our math later. And on Section 5, where you report that 47% of Vermont homes have a firearm in it, did you take any testimony on the trend of that?
We did not take testimony on the trend, but we received that testimony from Rand Corporation.
So do we have any idea what it was in the comparison time frame of that suicide rate?
We do not.
Okay. Well, I tried to look that up while we were talking, not knowing for sure what that answer might be. But from what I understand, that back at that same time frame that you quoted around 2005, that ownership rate was over 60%. I'm sorry, I'm done with my questions. Thank you very much. So I did look that up, and the ownership rate in households in Vermont at that time was over 60%, and now it's 47% or less. Our suicide rate in that same time frame has gone up over 50% or nearly 50%. The amount of households that have gone down have households, excuse me, the amount of households that have guns in them has gone down significantly. The trend of taking care of the guns is happening in a generation. It's down almost 25% in less than a generation. The amount of suicides, however, is going up dramatically. No matter what we do to go after these guns, whether that's constitutional or not, and that's not the point of my rising, this isn't going to help us. This might help some, but it's not the answer. Those numbers are in opposite directions. The demographics are going in a different direction. And that concerns me, and that blaming and pointing at the guns is something that we can do and we can move on, but it does not point to the statistics of an entire generation less of people owning guns in Vermont, but yet our youth or our people killing themselves at a dramatically higher rate. It's not the guns. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member from Essex.
Madam Speaker, may I quote a letter that we received from the Deputy Director of Vermont Network Against Domestic and Sexual Violence?
You may.
Women are 5 times more likely to be murdered by an abusive partner when there are firearms in a home that can be accessed by an abusive partner, regardless of who owns that firearm. According to the Injury Control Research Center, guns in the home are used more often to frighten intimate partners than to thwart crime. And victims use guns in less than 1% of crimes. Victims using a gun are no less likely to be injured after taking proactive action than victims using any other form of protective action.
Member from Winooski.
Madam Speaker, I've worked in the field of mental health for about half my life. And the other half of my life was spent growing up in a hunting family in Alaska, in a home with guns that have been passed down for generations. I think we all know that it's difficult to predict when someone's at risk of hurting themselves. And unfortunately, there's not equal access to support when someone is struggling. And that is why firearms becomes a public health issue. So what I've learned in my professional and my personal life is that suicide is preventable and that human connection can be healing, that treatment works, and that year after year, the numbers tell us that the vast majority of deaths by gun here in Vermont are suicides. They are not homicides. Our work right now needs to be saving our loved ones from despair, not from intruders. So reducing easy access to guns is a key part of doing that. It's a key part of addressing suicide. If someone attempts suicide with a gun, 90% of the time they're going to die. So this is about taking a data-informed approach. This is about following best practices for health and wellness of Vermonters, of our spouses, of our children, and our other loved ones. This is about stepping up and saving lives of our loved ones. So suicide is preventable. And I'm so proud to be part of advancing this legislation today. And I'm voting yes on H230.
Member from Essex.
Madam Speaker, I request that when the vote be taken, it be taken by roll.
The member from Essex requests that when the vote is taken, to be taken by roll. The member sustained. The member is sustained. When the vote is taken, it will be taken by roll. Member from Clarendon.
Madam Speaker, may I interrogate the member from the reporter from the judiciary, please?
The member from South Burlington is interrogated.
It's toward the end of hunting season. I have a rifle, a deer rifle. I put it lay it up against the back of my vehicle and accidentally back over it. Wrecked the weapon. I want to go to Dick's, my local Dick's in the Greenmount Shopping Plaza in Rutland Town, and I want to buy a replacement so I can hunt the rest of the season. I've seen a nice buck. I want to pursue that animal, and I want to fill the tag on my license. Right now, can I go buy that weapon?
As of today, yes, I believe so, after passing a background check.
Okay. If this gets enacted, Section 7, firearm transfer waiting period, same situation. I want to finish hunting. I want to buy a replacement firearm. can I go in with this law in effect and buy a replacement firearm?
You can buy the replacement firearm, but there would be a 72-hour waiting period after a positive approval through the background check.
Say that one more time, member, I couldn't hear.
I apologize. You could buy the firearm, but there would be a 72-hour waiting period before you could actually acquire the firearm after an approval through the background check system.
Okay, thank you, member. I think that points out why Section 7 is detrimental to people, the sportsmen in this state. And I'll be voting against it. Thank you.
Member from Northfield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really totally agree. Yes, we need to address suicide. That's not really the question here. The question is, will this, and right now we're discussing the 72-hour wait, will this help? Will this actually help address the problem? Or are we doing it purely because we want to do something, because it is a terrible tragedy what's happening? Is this actually evidence-based? And I actually do want to explore a little bit how much the committee reviewed actual studies and data rather than just citations without looking at them that they heard from witnesses. May I interrogate the member from Essex Junction?
The member from Essex is interrogated.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering first, did the committee take any testimony on Vermont's previous waiting period when it had one in existence?
No, we did not.
So I assume that includes not taking any testimony about what impact that previous waiting period had on purchases in Vermont?
Madam Speaker, can the member clarify which time period of a waiting period under the Brady bill?
Madam Speaker, yes, it was 1994 to 1998 that there was a 5-day waiting period for gun purchases in Vermont.
We did not take testimony on that.
Madam Speaker, did the committee independently review the RAND study on waiting periods?
No, we did not.
Did the committee look at the citation, an anesthesis et al. Study that was cited by the Vermont Medical Society and a representative from the Academy of Pediatrics in her testimony?
We relied on testimony from the senior behavioral scientist at RAND Corporation, the co-director at the Harvard Injury Control Research Center, and the director of research at the Harvard Injury Control Research Center.
So just, Madam Speaker, just checking on the two major studies that were cited by the RAND Corporation, Edwards and Luca, did the committee review those at all?
We relied on the testimony from RAND.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to note a couple of examples of the problems of relying once again on nationally based or broader studies, or in contrast to different witnesses who may not be following the latest information. The witness who testified, or who I don't know if she testified in committee or just submitted written testimony, but who talked about the different higher risks, and her specific citation for the cooling off period, for the delay, was the anesthesis study that was conducted in 2015. And unfortunately, the RAND study, whom the member just reported as an expert, actually discounted that study as being an inadequate study. But that was the one citation that the testimony provided to the committee was given in support of this proposed waiting period. I would also say, I would point out that in terms of any of the research on existing waiting periods, current waiting periods, there are 9 states which have them. Only one of them has a 3-day waiting period. The others all have 7 to 14 days. So any studies reviewing those are not really comparable. But as I mentioned previously, the Edwards study identified the fact that geography made a huge difference, that any impacts that were detected had to do with large states, not small ones. But the Lucas study, in addition, pointed to several very specific factors. And actually, one of them I wasn't going to bring up because I didn't think it was directly related, but another member just got up and made it related. So I'll note that that study, in all of its review of various states, found no evidence that purchase delays have any effect on intimate partner violence. This is one of the leading studies that's cited by RAND in its review of studies. But it also said that the impact of purchase delays, where it's felt strongly, is in states in the lowest quartile of mental health spending. That's what it identifies as the places where there is some impact of waiting periods. Vermont is number 3 in the country on per person mental health spending. And where the impact is felt is in states with the lowest quartile. Purchase delays also, their big effect is in states with the fewest resources dedicated to treating mental illness, which is in alignment with the previous, but in addition said that their results suggested that purchase delays were effective mostly in states where firearm availability is relatively low. So that's actually all contrary to the suggestion that here in Vermont, under our circumstances, this would actually do something productive. We do have Vermont data because we can look at the data from 1994 to 1998. That interim Brady time period is actually also the time period that these other studies looked at in looking at how can you judge and estimate whether a waiting period makes a difference. And in fact, in Vermont, the data at that time showed a slight decrease, a slight increase, a slight decrease, a slight increase. In other words, pretty much status quo. No actual effect from the waiting period on Vermont suicides during the time that it was in effect. The purpose of this bill is admirable and important. It's critical that we address the tragedy of suicide in Vermont. But the problem is that the proposed solutions do not stand up as actually doing anything effective. You heard the member from Milton identify the number of guns sold. Compared to known deaths, any known deaths that we have identified from somebody who purchased a gun and died from it within 72 hours. So hundreds of thousands of purchases 2 times. Why? Because guns are so readily available in Vermont, whether we like it or not, They are so readily available. These are occurring with guns already owned. They are not being bought for that purpose. So a 72-hour waiting period is not going to make an impact on the problem we're trying to address. We all know that there was a COVID uptick in suicides, and we were not alone in that. We're also not, fortunately, the place with the highest. The highest rate of suicide is actually in a few states that are double our rate. We're number 34 in the country. That's not a good thing. But we're not at the very bottom, thankfully. And if we look at our 2022 data, which is not complete through the year, but which the Department of Health has extrapolated, we are fortunately seeing that stabilize. We're not seeing a statistically significant increase, but fortunately we are seeing a reduction in the youth suicide rate in the year-to-date data for 2022. The desire to do something should not mean doing something that doesn't have established value, that in fact, the studies would say are very unlikely to affect Vermont, that are not evidence-based for any Vermont data, and in fact, that the Vermont data contradicts directly. We need to put our energy into real opportunities based on Vermont data of what's actually happening. I think the member from Essex Junction articulated well the fact that there are many things we should be doing. And we should be doing the ones that will be effective, not putting hope or trust in things that will not be effective, that we have data to show will not be effective. I think instead of voting so that we feel as though we're doing something, we should put our energy into things that will actually address the tragedy that we are dealing with every day in Vermont. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Health Care as amended in the remainder of the amendment? Member from Essex Junction.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In 2012, there were 56 suicides by guns. In 2021, there were 83 suicides by guns. We are still awaiting the 2022 data, and there are several dozen death certificates still waiting to be reviewed. So we do not know the final numbers. I also want to point out that we agree there is some data lacking in Vermont, and through our extensive testimony, you will actually hear another bill tomorrow that is directing our agencies to start collecting Vermont data so we can make more data-driven decisions. But our support of H230 is based on the data we've heard on the how. The how is being done by guns. These are impulsive acts, and we heard and took testimony that if we can give some time for some intervention, we will save lives.
The member from Burlington.
Madam Speaker, as many of you know, one of my many jobs, I'm a crisis clinician. And when we do assessments with people who are suicidal, there's an approach we use called CALM. Counseling, I might mess up the acronym, counseling access to lethal means. That's what the CALM means. What's more important is what does that actually mean? What is counseling for access to lethal means? We talk with a person about how easy it would be for them to acquire a means for suicide. And the first thing we ask is, do you have access to firearms? Because of the sudden and powerful effect a firearm can have on ending a person's life. And there's also something called urge surfing in therapy. What is urge surfing? Urge surfing is that when you have an impulse to do something, we counsel a person to try to ride it like a wave, because what we know is that over time, an urge passes, an impulse passes, and delaying our response to an urge works. That the longer, I feel like the volume is going up and down on this thing. So the longer you wait, the greater the chance it'll go away. And so when we restrict access, or we encourage a person to limit their access to lethal means, the harder it is to get access to that lethal means, the greater the chance that they're gonna make it through that impulse and through that urge, and it will pass. And so we could look at countless studies, but I can tell you that I've seen hundreds, if not over 1,000, I don't even know how many people I've assessed in the last 18 years, that most of them, almost all of them, survived because of CALM and other approaches where we work with people, their families, and their support to restrict or limit their access to lethal means. And so I know that we heard that there may have been a small number of people in Vermont who've gone out and gotten a firearm and died by suicide. But I want to tell you about one of those people. My friend was struggling last year, and he was assessed by professionals, and everyone did everything right. But shortly after he was presenting his fine and was not supervised, he quickly, without warning, went to a store, purchased a firearm, and died by suicide. And to me, that one life and the one life of my friend whose child did this, so that those 2 lives, if we save 2 lives, it's worth it. And that's that. So I'm going to be supporting this. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Health Care, as amended in the remainder of the amendment? Are you ready for the question? Member from South Burlington.
Just a couple points backing up to our discussion regarding the extreme risk protection order. So it is true that state's attorneys and Attorney General, the Attorney General Office does act as a filter currently, but the judge is a filter as well. And the extreme risk protection law is modeled after the relief from abuse order process. And in that process, there are due process protections. There are protections to make sure that an individual doesn't maliciously bring a request for relief. There are penalties if somebody has perjured themselves, et cetera. But more importantly, the entities that are now able to file the petition, the state's attorneys and the Attorney General's office, they both are very much in support of expanding the access to the ERPO process. And the state's attorneys, they testified that they believe that families and household members, that they should be able to initiate the petition or seek the emergency ex parte relief. But they also went on and said that if it gets to the next level, if they're after a final ERPO, that they should be involved. And that's what this bill reflects. The other testimony we received from the state's attorney, Department of State's attorney, had to do with the waiting period and straw purchases. There is a real problem in Vermont where somebody who is dealing in drugs will go to somebody who has a substance use disorder but has otherwise a clean record and gets that individual to go and purchase a firearm and have that firearm exchanged for drugs. There's a drug and gun trafficking problem in Vermont. That's what the state's attorneys told us. And actually having a 72-hour waiting period would assist for that as well as for suicide prevention. So I ask for the body's vote of yes on the rest of the sections of this bill.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Health Care as amended in the remainder of the amendment? Are you ready for the question? Member from Newfane.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the complex and necessary work around suicide prevention in H230 and express gratitude to the committees on healthcare and judiciary. Thank you to all the witnesses, advocates, parents, friends, and family members who shared their most heart-wrenching personal stories of how suicide has impacted them and their communities. But to thank them, it's only a start. By supporting this bill, we are taking a crucial step in combating a serious and urgent public health issue in our state. As we know, Vermont's rate of suicide is 35% higher than the national average, and each year, nearly 60% of those suicides are completed with a firearm. We know this bill will save lives, and I ask the body to join me in voting yes.
Are you ready for the question? Member from Poultney.
Madam Speaker, while we've heard some sad stories this afternoon, and I sympathize with everyone who has been directly affected by anyone with suicide or an attempt at suicide or with mental health issues, I keep coming back to the constitutionality of it and my taking an oath of office to protect and defend and uphold the Constitution. And I will be voting no on this bill.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Health Care as amended in the remainder of the amendment? Member from Castleton.
Madam Speaker, in the words of the late Dr. Martin Luther King, a right delayed is a right denied. I will be voting no on this bill.
Are you ready for the question? If so, the clerk shall commence to call the roll.
Andrews of Westford.
2 minutes. Will the House please come to order and members kindly take their seats? Will the House please come to order? I would like to remind members that we are in the middle of a roll call vote. Members and guests are prohibited from using computers, phones, or any type of electronic device. Please refrain from the passing of notes and conversation during the roll call. When the clerk calls your name, please answer in a loud and clear voice so the clerk can accurately record your vote. The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Health Care as amended in the remainder of the amendment? Will the clerk please continue to call the roll?
Andriano of Orwell. Anthony of Berry City. Arison of Weathersfield. Arsenault of Williston. Austin of Colchester. Bartholomew of Heartland. Bartley of Fairfax. Beck of St. Johnsbury. Rebecca of Winooski. Byrong of Regents. Black of Essex. Bloomley of Burlington. Bongarts of Manchester. Boslin of Westminster. Boyden of Cambridge. Brady of Williston. Brannigan of Georgia. Brennan of Colchester. Brown of Richmond. Brownell of Pennell. Brumstead of Shelburne. Burdett of West Rutland. Burke of Brattleboro. Burrows of West Windsor. Buss of Woodstock. Campbell of St. Johnsbury. Canfield of Fairhaven. Carpenter of Hyde Park. Carroll Bennington. Casey of Montpelier. Chapin of East Montpelier. Chase of Chester. Chase of Colchester. Chestnut Tantrum of Middletown Springs. Christie of Hartford. Chena of Burlington. Clifford of Rutland City. I'm sorry, Clifford. Thank you. Coffey of Guilford. Cole of Hartford. Conlon of Cornwall. Corcoran of Bennington. Cordes of Lincoln. DeMar of Venusburg. Demro of Corinth. Dickinson of St. Albans Town. Dodge of Essex. Dolan of Essex Junction. Dolan of Waitsfield. Donahue of Northfield. Durfee of Shaftesbury. Elder of Starksboro. Emmons of Springfield. Farley's Rubio of Barnet. Galfetti of Berrytown. Garifano of Essex. Goldman of Rockingham. Ghostland of Northfield. Graham of Williamstown. Granning of Jericho. Gregoire of Fairfield. Hengo of Berkshire. Harrison of Chittenden. Hedrick of Burlington. Higley of Lowell. Holcomb of Norwich. Hooper of Randolph. Hooper of Burlington. Houghton of Essex Junction. Howard of Rutland City. Hyman of South Burlington. James of Manchester. Jerome of Brandon. Kornheiser of Brattleboro. Krasnow of South Burlington. Labor of Morgan. LaBounty of Linden. Lally of Shelburne. Lalonde of South Burlington. Lamont of Morristown. Lanford of Regents. LaRush of Franklin. Levitt of Grand Isle. Lipsky of Stowe. Logan of Burlington. Long of Newfane. McGuire of Rutland City. Marcotte of Coventry. Mazin of Thetford. Matos of Milton. McCann of Montpelier. McCarthy of St. Albans City. McCoy of Pulteney. McFawn of Berrytown. McGill of Bridport. Mahali of Calais. Minier of South Burlington. Morgan of Milton. Morris of Springfield. Morrissey of Bennington. Rowicki of Putney. Mulvaney Stanek of Burlington. Nicole of Ludlow. Knott of Rutland City. Noyes of Wolcott. Nugent of South Burlington. O'Brien of Tunbridge. Odie of Burlington. Oliver of Sheldon. Page of Newport City. Piala of Londonderry. I'm sorry, Piala. Thank you. Parsons of Newberry. Pat of Worcester. Pearl of Danville. Peterson of Clarendon. Pouch of Heinsberg. Priestley of Bradford. Rachelson of Burlington. Rice of Dorset. Roberts of Halifax. Sammons of Castleton. Satkowitz of Randolph. Shy of Middlebury. Shaw of Pittsford. Sheldon of Middlebury. Sibilia of Dover. Sims of Craftsbury. Small of Winooski. Smith of Derby. Squirrel of Underhill. Stebbins of Burlington. Stevens of Waterbury. Stone of Burlington. Supernaut of Barnard. Taylor of Milton. Taylor of Colchester. Templeman of Brownington. Toledo of Brattleboro. Tooth of St. Albans Town. Torrey of Milton, or Moortown. Troiano of Stannard. Walker of Swanton. Waters Evans of Charlotte. White of Bethel. Whitman of Bennington. Williams of Berry City. Williams of Granby. Wilson of Linden. Wood of Waterbury. Chase of Colchester. Graham of Williamstown. Lamont of Morristown. Logan of Burlington. McCann of Montpelier. Nugent of South Burlington. Rachelson of Burlington.
For purpose of explanation, member from Williston.
As we heard so clearly today, there are so many families and communities shattered by suicide, and every statistic is a much longer story. I cast my vote today in memory of my cousin Chelsea, who was a loving mother, a skilled trauma nurse, and is dearly missed in our big extended family.
Member from Essex.
May I explain my vote?
You may.
I'm voting yes in honor of Andrew Robert Black.
Members, please listen to the results of your vote. Those voting yes, 99. Those voting no, 43. The ayes have it, and you have amended the bill. Now the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and third reading is ordered. Now we'll move on to House Bill 288, which is an act relating to liability for the sale of alcoholic beverages. The bill, will the House please come to order? The bill was referred to the Committee on Judiciary, which recommends that the bill be amended as printed in today's calendar. The member from Northfield, Representative Gosselin, will speak for the committee. Please listen to the second reading of the bill.
H2 H288, an act relating to liability for the sale of alcoholic beverages.
Member from Northfield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a good day to have this bill as the tourism industry was here, and I think some hospitality is being shown out in the cafeteria. Anyway, H288 addresses a situation that is literally a crisis for some Vermont businesses and will have a devastating impact on other businesses and organizations over the next few years. Vermont's dram shop laws, which are laws overseeing businesses that serve alcoholic beverages and are some of the strictest in the country. On a national rating scale for liquor liability insurance, with 1 being the most favorable and 10 being the least desirable to insure, only Vermont and Alabama rate a 10. This is because in instances where drunk driver injuries or kills another person will have strict liability extending from the server to the business owner to the landlord of the business. Negligence is not a determining factor. The serving of an intoxicating beverage need only have occurred. This has resulted in insurance in Vermont being more costly than other states, but now things have turned for the worse for local businesses. In the aftermath of COVID pandemic, insurance companies, and more importantly, the reassurance companies they work with have gotten much more risk averse and focused on profit margins. This has resulted in several Vermont bars being unable to secure insurance. They simply cannot get the policies they need. In other cases, they may be able to pay extremely high rates for some insurance, but not at the amount their rental agreement dictates. If H288 does not pass, several long-standing Vermont bars will be forced to close in the coming months. That's months, not years. And over the next year or two, we expect this difficulty in securing insurance to similarly affect fraternal organizations and even restaurants that sell alcoholic beverages alongside meals. H288 makes changes to Vermont's dram shop laws that should lower our state's insurance ranking and allow businesses to get the insurance they need. First, it removes strict liability in our laws and replaces this with a need for negligence to be a factor in bringing action against a party. This brings our laws in line with most other states. Strict liability is retained for serving alcoholic beverages to underage individuals. Many states pair negligence requirement in other circumstances with strict liability in regards to serving underage individuals, and this does not have an adverse effect on their insurance ranking. This bill also removes landlords from the chain of liability, which will result in less onerous insurance requirements for some businesses. However, liquor liability insurance is currently not required in Vermont. In testimony, the committee learned that some businesses just choose to forego insurance and that others only carry it due to a requirement in their rental agreement. In order to ensure that injured individuals who bring court cases are to be fully and fairly compensated, we need more business to carry this insurance, not less. So H288 also imposes a requirement that all businesses with first, third, and fourth class liquor license carry this insurance. Well, the bulk of this bill goes into effect on July 1st of this year. This insurance requirement will not go into effect until July 1, 2024, given time for the insurance industry to adjust to the changes this bill contains for lower rates to affordable levels. The Department of Liquor and Lottery is tasked with adopting rules setting minimum policy requirements for this coverage. Our friends in House Commerce also took a look at this bill. At their suggestion, the bill was changed to add a provision that requires notification of landlords when a business that rents from them has violated state liquor laws. While landlords are being removed from the liability chain, we recognize that they want to be good stewards in their community. Receiving this information will help them better gauge businesses they rent space to and give them added knowledge when considering lease renewals. The Department of Liquor and Lottery already collects landlord information from establishments with liquor licenses, so this new notification requirement will not be a problem for them. To some, multiple Vermont businesses, through no fault of their own, will have to close in the coming months if our laws are not changed in a manner that the vast majority of states already have on their books. The changes proposed still protect the victims of the intoxicated individuals, but do so in a way that allows responsible Vermont businesses, some of who have been in business for decades, to continue to stay open, which is an economic and social benefit for our state. The committee vote was 11-0-0, and we ask for your support. The last part, list of witnesses, we had 16. Legislative Counsel, Office of Legislative Counsel, Personal Injury Attorney, TCB Law, Deputy Commissioner of Insurance, Department of Financial Regulation, Vice President, Government Regulations, Versic Insurance Services Office Incorporated, owner of Higher Ground, Commissioner, Department of Financial Regulation, Insurance Division, Manager, Delhi 126, owner, Pickle Barrel, Commissioner, Department of Liquor and Lottery, President, Taylor Moore Agency, Manager, I already said this, Delhi 126, I didn't make that up, Agent, Hull Insurance Agency, Advocate, Vermont Association for Justice, Founder, Fluid Bar Service, Vice President of Tourism, Vermont Chamber of Commerce, CEO and President, Hospitality Insurance Group. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Judiciary? A member from Waterbury.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I interrogate the presenter of the bill?
The member from Northfield is interrogated.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a few questions about some of the language that's been added to this bill. We're talking about, I can understand taking the landlord or the owner of the property that a bar or restaurant is leasing from, taking them away from the liability. But some of the changes here, I just have a couple of quick questions about negligence. There's a section 3 that says negligence prudent person. And it's saying that a licensee's conduct is negligent under this subsection if the licensee knows, or if a reasonable and prudent person in similar circumstances would know, that the individual being served is intoxicated. Can you tell me what the difference between that is and what the law is now?
Madam Speaker, if it's all right, I will turn this over now to my esteemed colleague from Rutland City.
The member from Northfield yields to the member from Rutland City.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So as the law stands now, negligence is not a component of a determining factor. It's just a matter of the intoxicating beverage having been served. And that is very unusual in states. And that is why our insurance ranking is so high. And that is why our local businesses are having trouble renewing their insurance now as insurance companies become more risk adverse. As the standard is there, the difference is to just read from it briefly. If the licensee knows, or if a reasonable or prudent person in similar circumstances would know that the individual being served is intoxicated, under current law, none of that matters. It just matters that the individual was served. So that level of negligence, that level of judgment, and we're talking about servers who have training in the state to recognize these things, that's just not a condition of the current law. And by switching from strict liability to this negligence aspect, that's what we believe will help lower our poor ranking, which will result in lower insurance rates for our businesses.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been under the impression that for years we have a server licensing, we have bartender licensing, where people are instructed and asked to be able to determine in their jobs that someone is intoxicated, whether when they walk in the building or when they've had a certain number of drinks at that particular establishment. Is that not negligence if they continue to serve and don't cut those people off?
Yes, that certainly would be negligent.
Okay, thank you. The other question I have for you is this idea of limiting this liability to first, third, and fourth licensees. Can you tell me why second-class licensees, that would be stores, liquor stores, wine stores, gas stations in particular, or wherever you are buy your alcoholic beverages, to take off premises. Can you tell me why they were excluded from this negligence? I can certainly be inebriated and walk into any establishment like a second-class licensee, purchase beer or alcohol if they have the third-class license. Can you tell me why second-class licenses were exempted from this?
Yes, Madam Speaker. And this discussion did come up. It came up when Commerce Committee took a look at the bill as well. And the idea is this law, as it's written, as it is on the books now, it applies to situations where someone is serving an individual beverages under circumstances where they're going to observe the person consume them. This is directly related to instances where someone consumes the intoxicating beverage on premises. And in those situations, a server can watch, can gauge, will have an idea of how much individual is consumed over a certain amount of time. So while there would certainly be concern in other circumstances about a convenience store, gas station, grocery store with a second-class license and someone purchasing beverages when they're intoxicated and raising the question of how they got there in the first place, this bill, as it pertains to a certain issue on our books that affects a certain portion of our businesses, does not cover the circumstances where someone is not consuming the beverages on premises.
Okay, thank you. And finally, what exactly is a prudent person in our law?
I don't have that definition in front of me. I could certainly have a more thorough answer for that on third reading.
Great, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Judiciary? Are you ready for the question? Member, yes, member from Ludlow.
Madam Speaker, I have not used these microphones yet. This is nice, though. It's a lot easier than the other ones. I rise in support of this bill, and I thank the Committee on Judiciary for their work. As we heard from the member from Northfield, this addresses an urgent need for many of our restaurants in our state. And as he said, there were many restaurants that I heard from today that were grateful that we were working on this today, that we're here because of Tourism Day. as the member from Northfield also alluded to, House Commerce and Economic Development did not take formal possession of this bill, but we did hear from the chair of House Judiciary and had a conversation with him and the Commissioner of Department of Financial Regulation. And we are in strong support of the bill. As the member also alluded to, we made some recommendations to the committee, which we are grateful to see in the bill before you. And thank you.
Member from Northfield.
Madam Speaker, one more thing that is really near and dear to me is the member from Ludlow brought this to our attention. This started out, it didn't look like we were going to come to maybe a fast enough agreement, all working together. And this is one bill we all work together to do what was best for this state in a fast, appropriate matter. And I appreciate everybody's work that went into this. And this is one of those days where I was really proud to be a so-called political person. Thank you.
Members, the question is, shall the bill be amended as recommended by the Committee on Judiciary? Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have amended the bill. Now the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and third reading is ordered. Members, our final bill on the action calendar today is House Bill 178, which is an act relating to the commissioning Department of Corrections personnel as notaries public. The bill was referred to the Committee on Government Operations and Military Affairs, which recommends that the bill ought to pass. The member from Charlotte, Representative Walters Evans, will speak for the committee affecting the revenue of the state. The bill was then referred to the Committee on Ways and Means, which also recommends that the bill ought to pass. The member from Colchester, Representative Taylor, will speak for that committee. Please listen to the second reading of the bill.
H 178, an act relating to commissioning Department of Corrections personnel as notaries public.
Member from Charlotte.
Madam Speaker, excuse me, all this voting, my voice is getting raspy. H 178, which is available in today's calendar, is a bill that proposes to add people employed by the Vermont Department of Corrections to the list of people who can be commissioned as notaries public to perform notarial acts within the scope of their official duties. This bill will exempt them from all regular requirements to become a notary public. A notary public acts as an official, impartial witness as a public service in relation to document signing. I'd like to note that the plural is notaries public, if only for the fact that language is fun. The documents that state employee notaries can currently notarize, here's a list, I'm going to read it quickly, include documents that are related to the execution of their duties and responsibilities of employment, documents that are similar to those that other employees notarize in the course of their employment are necessary in order to assist in the representation, care, or protection of a person or the state, are necessary in order to protect the public or property. Thank you very much. That's wonderful. Are necessary to represent or assist crime victims in receiving restitution or other services, relate to a Vermont or federal court rule or statute governing any criminal, post-conviction, mental health, family, juvenile, civil, probate, judicial bureau, environmental division, or Supreme Court order, and a variety of other similar or related circumstances. I'm going to take a little drink now. All right. There are already state employees who are by statute able to notarize documents when they're on the job. This bill simply adds Vermont Department of Corrections employees to the list, which currently includes Here's another list. Are you ready? People employed as law enforcement officers certified under 20 VSA Chapter 151, non-certified constables or people employed by a Vermont law enforcement agency, the Department of Public Safety, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Department of Motor Vehicles, the Department of Liquor and Lottery, the Department of Corrections, the Department for Children and Families, the Office of Defender General, the Office of the Attorney General, or a state's attorney or sheriff. Existing statute already clarifies that these employees' ability to be notaries public only applies when they are doing so within the capacity of their official duties. They cannot just notarize things willy-nilly on the weekends or when they're off duty. If they'd like to do so, they must go through the regular process to become a notary public and pay all fees required. The bill would take effect upon passage. Your Government Operations and Military Affairs Committee heard testimony from stakeholders, including the Commissioner from the Department of Corrections, the Deputy Secretary of State from the Secretary of State's office, and Legislative Counsel from the Office of Legislative Counsel. The committee voted 12-0-0 to pass this bill and respectfully requests your support.
And now speaking for the Committee on Ways and Means, member from Colchester.
Madam Speaker, your Committee on Ways and Means considered H-178. Legislative Counsel walked us through the bill. H-178 proposes that when DOC personnel apply for the issuance of a commission as a notary public, the $30 fee paid to the Office of Professional Regulations is waived. That is the only impact to state revenues in H-178. The Joint Fiscal Office stated in an email that such an impact is de minimis, meaning it is too trivial or minor to merit consideration. House Ways and Means voted 11-0-1 in favor of H-178, and we urge your support.
The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and third reading is ordered. Members, that completes the orders of the day. Are there any announcements? Member from Halifax.
Madam Speaker, there's only, we are meeting, the book club is meeting tonight, people have asked, Lanning Street Tavern. And if you don't want to come, just don't tell me that's an excuse. I didn't do the reading because that's not the idea.
Are there any further announcements? Seeing. Member from Brattleboro.
Madam Speaker, I would like to announce that the Women's Caucus will be meeting tomorrow at noon in the pavilion at room 267, and we will be hearing from members about the child care bill, and we will be having also a report from the Vermont Network for Domestic and Sexual Violence. So hope you can come. Bring your lunch.
Are there any further announcements? Member from Castleton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to take a moment today to thank everybody for our spirited discussions today. It's great to see democracy in action, and I'm happy that we can all talk to each other about important topics that affect everyday Vermonters. And I just want to say thank you all for being here, and thank you all for an excellent discussion today.
Just standing up. Any further announcements? Seeing none. Member from Poultney, can you please offer us a motion to adjourn until Thursday, March 23rd at 1 p.m.?
Madam Speaker, I make a motion this body stand in adjournment until Thursday, March 23rd, 2023 at 1 p.m.
You have heard the motion. Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes appear to have it.